Chapter 62. Liang Qing, you were also defeated by Du Xiaofu in one move. A young man in his 20s looked at another young man beside him and asked. Young princess, it's Du Xiaofu. Rumor has it that he has been suffering from dementia for 10 years, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. The young man was very respectful and his face was a little pale. If Du Xiaofu saw him now, he would definitely recognize him as the imperial knight who was beaten by him a few days ago in the Du family. He was also Du Hao's cousin. I said, don't call me young princess outside. I'm just your captain. The young man smiled faintly. His slender figure and handsome face made people feel comfortable looking at him. Yes, captain. What should we do now? Liang Qing bowed and nodded. His eyes were full of respect for the young man. The Yi family is not willing to cooperate, and the Feng family has a deep conspiracy. The girl from the Bai family is not bad. She's almost as good as Yi Zijin, but it's a pity that there are thorns in a rose. It takes some time. In order to get what we want early, it seems that we have to go to the Qin family. The young man looked at Qin Xiaolu in the crowd with a dirty smile. He said softly, the girl from the Qin family is not bad. At least she's smart. As long as we get what we want, no matter if it's the girl from the Yi family or the girl from the Qin family, where can they escape to? This time, the captain is going to take action personally. It's a pity that the Yi family and the Du family don't know how to appreciate favors. Liang Qing's face was gloomy. He went to the Du family with a mission. If he could complete the mission, the young princess would think more highly of him. Unfortunately, he stumbled in front of Du Xiaofu. When he mentioned this matter to his uncle, it was immediately rejected. If he could have dealt with Du Xiaofu at that time, perhaps the result would have been different. Let's go. There are some things we need to prepare. The young man smiled and covered his head with the hood of his robe. He left the crowd without leaving a trace. Several people followed him quietly. In the valley behind the Du family's mountain, Du Xiaofu poured out the contents of the 2 qianquan bags in front of him onto the ground. His eyebrows furrowed, clearly somewhat disappointed. After inspecting the items, he softly said, there is actually nothing valuable in these 2 fellows' qianquan bags. Brat, just what were you doing in your previous life? You want to leave a mark when the wind blows and pluck the feathers of the wild goose when it flies. You didn't even let go of the cosmos pouches of 2 little Xiantian stage fellows. If this were to spread out, I would lose all my face because of you. Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure glared at Du Xiaofu. He was speechless at this guy. He was simply the reincarnation of a bandit. If you don't manage the house, you don't know the cost of firewood and rice. The medicinal herbs you asked me to buy are not ordinary expensive. If it weren't for the harvest in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. If I don't think of a way now, I will have to rob you the next time you ask me to buy something. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Zhen Qingchun. He had been using his capital all this time. Naturally, he had to think of a way to earn some income. However, the qianquan bags of Bai Tianming and Qin Xiaolu were much worse than the one of Shouhu and that woman in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. But in any case, these 2 qianquan bags were worth some money. It's up to you whether you want to buy them or not. You are the one who is cultivating, not me. Zhen Qingchun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. He secretly decided that once he recovered, he would stay as far away from this brat as possible. He didn't want this bastard to ruin his reputation. Du Xiaofu skillfully put away the 2 qianquan bags. He smiled at Zhen Qingchun and said, you can only recover faster if I become stronger. Don't make it seem like you are doing it for me. Moreover, you are now my big brother. You have the obligation to take care of me and protect me. Are you going to violate your oath? Take out all the spiritual herbs. Today, I will officially teach you how to refine medicine. Zhen Qingchun didn't want to talk nonsense with Du Xiaofu anymore. He didn't want to talk to this abnormal brat anymore. He didn't want to feel wronged again. It's all ready. Du Xiaofu smiled and took out the spiritual herbs that had been prepared in the Qianquan bag. He suddenly became excited. He looked at Jin Qingchun expectantly and asked weakly, "Brother Qingchun, when will you teach me how to refine talismans? Are you familiar with refining weapons? I want to try refining weapons. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You still have to cultivate martial arts. Don't try to be proficient in everything when the time comes. You don't know how many peerless geniuses are proud and arrogant. They want to dabble in everything, but in the end, they achieve nothing. They are not proficient in anything. Instead, they hurt themselves." Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu seriously. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu also became serious and said, "I understand. I will keep it in mind." "Yes, it's good that you understand. If you pass the test of alchemy, I will naturally teach you how to use talismans. As for how much you can learn from me, that will depend on your own ability." Zhen Qingchun said. "I'm afraid you won't be able to teach me enough." Du Xiaofu laughed mischievously. "Humph, don't try to provoke me. If you have the ability to learn, I will teach you everything." Zhen Qingchun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "I will now teach you the knowledge of alchemy. Although your big brother specializes in talisman arrays and alchemy, I don't dare say that I have reached the peak of the world in alchemy, but I am still not comparable to ordinary alchemy talisman masters. The most important aspects of alchemy are the control of spiritual cauldrons and mental force. Understanding the habits and pharmacology of medicinal ingredients is also equally important. You can't do without either." In the valley, an illusory figure and a purple-gowned figure were sitting cross-legged. Du Xiaofu was listening to Zhen Qingchun's explanation with rapt attention. Sometimes he would nod, sometimes he would ask questions. One was imparting knowledge, while the other was listening attentively. Time slowly passed by. Not far away, the king-scaled demon tiger was lazily lying on a rock. It would occasionally open its eyes to look at the two people in the valley, before continuing its lazy sleep. The drizzling rain sprinkled on the surface of the lake, creating slight ripples. This was a dusk with a thin mist. In the pavilion by the lake, a young girl's clothes fluttered in the wind. She was elegant, and her complexion was extremely beautiful. She was about 18 or 19 years old, and wore a light purple robe. Standing in the pavilion, accompanied by the thin mist and drizzle, she looked like a fairy, causing ripples in one's heart. "Sister, you must avenge me. That Du Xiaofu bullied me too much. He didn't put me in his eyes." Behind the young girl, Bai Tianming's face was pale, and he said to the young girl with an aggrieved face. Bai Tsai turned her head, her pair of clear eyes gazing at Bai Tianming. She slightly sighed and said, "Big brother, can't you see that you have been used by Qin Xiaolu? Qin Xiaolu's heart is with Shuolong. That kind of woman is not suitable for you. If you have the ability, you should pursue Yi Zijin. If you can enter her eyes, my Bai family will not be so passive now." Bai Tianming's face was green and red. He looked at Bai Tsai and said unwillingly, "Sister, are we just going to let that Du Xiaofu go like this? If this news spreads out, my Bai family will suffer a loss, and others will think that my Bai family is afraid of the Du family. It will not be good for my Bai family's reputation. Some people want us to do this, they want us to stand out." Bai Tsai's clear eyes gazed at the misty lake. She slightly opened her red lips and said softly, "Only the final winner can explain everything. What does it matter if we win or lose now? Sister, you deliberately don't want to make a move because Xiaolu is uncomfortable, right? I am going to find father." Bai Tianming saw that his sister was unmoved, so he waved his sleeves and left unwillingly. Sigh, Bai Tsai slightly sighed and continued to gaze at the misty lake. After a while, she murmured, "Du Xiaofu of the Du family, did he deliberately endure for 10 years, or was he hidden by the Du family? Or did something happen recently? I don't know how he compares to the real Zhuolong. It seems that this time, the competition will be lively. The drizzle was drizzling, and the night was pitch black. The pitter-patter of the rain was like a long song in the dark night. Zhuolong of the Zhuo family, Bai Cai of the Bai family, these two guys have hidden their strength well. In the long corridor of the courtyard, a graceful figure was leaning against the wall. Under her long skirt, the outline of a young girl's delicate curve was faintly formed. The curve was graceful and moving, revealing a youthful aura. Chapter 63. Zijin, rest early on a rainy day. Don't catch a cold. Yi Baolin walked over lightly, a loving smile on his handsome face, tinged with a hint of emotion. Yi Zijin lifted her head and held her father's hand affectionately. She lifted her head and blinked her bright black eyes, saying sweetly, "Dad, what are you sighing about?" "Haha." Yi Baolin chuckled, his finger lightly scratching the bridge of her delicate nose. He smiled and said, "I'm sighing that after all these years, I've finally raised my daughter into an adult, and she's even grown up to be so beautiful and elegant. Only, my heart aches every time I look at her, thinking to myself that sooner or later, my precious daughter will be cheated away by some bastard brat. My heart just feels uncomfortable." "Dad, what are you talking about?" "I'll never marry, I'll stay by your side forever." Yi Zijin's face was flushed red as she said in a displeased tone. Then, she leaned lightly on her father's arm, quietly gazing at the hazy drizzle under the night sky. "Not marrying won't do. Dad can't support you forever. When your mother left, she said that all men are bastards. But in the future, she'll find you a better bastard to marry, and then she'll be able to leave in peace," said Yi Baolin softly. Pfft. Yi Zijin was amused by her father's words. She smiled sweetly, then turned around. Her dark brows furrowed slightly, and she said sadly, "Dad, you miss Mother, don't you?" "Yes, I miss her." Yi Baolin was slightly absent-minded. He sighed softly, then gazed at the delicate face in front of him and said, "You look more and more like your mother. Just as pretty, just as smart. If your mother knew, she would definitely be very happy. What mother would be happiest about is marrying you in this life." Yi Zijin leaned lightly on her father's arm. She knew that her father often thought of her mother, but sadly, there were joys and sorrows in the world, just like how the moon waxed and waned, unable to be stopped. "All right, let's not talk about these things. Have you discovered anything recently?" Yi Baolin patted his beloved daughter's hand with a smile on his face. With such a beloved daughter by his side, it was enough to comfort him. From the looks of it, the Yun clan, the Qin clan, and the Bai clan all want to get their hands on us. I just don't know how their preparations are going. Do they really think they have the confidence to deal with our Yi clan? Yi Zijin asked. The smile on Yi Baolin's face gradually faded as he replied, "After so many years, they have never given up. I'm afraid they have been preparing for who knows how many years. How could they give up now? Do they really think that my Yi family is easy to deal with?" Yi Zijin's voice fell. She quietly gazed at the drizzle under the night sky, not saying anything else. It was another morning after the rain. The ground had been washed, and the air was exceptionally fresh. It was as if the fragrance of the earth was drifting through the air. On a rock at the back of the mountain of the Du clan, a purple-robed youth sat cross-legged. His hands were condensed into a cultivation seal, and his eyes were slightly closed. His body was wrapped in a pale golden light, causing the rock to be enveloped by the light to be clean. Last night's rain had not been able to wet it at all. Waves of pale golden energy shuttled in and out of his body like countless tiny spiritual snakes. Everything seemed extremely mysterious and magical. On the rock, the purple-robed youth's chest rose and fell slightly. His breathing was long and even. As time slowly passed, there was a kind of fluctuation in the surroundings that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It seemed that there was some kind of energy fluctuation in the world. This energy was entering the youth's body through his breathing, causing his skin to emit a pale golden brilliance. There were faint talisman engravings flickering on the surface of his body. Abnormal, this kid must be abnormal. Not far away, beside the king's scaled demonic tiger, the illusory Zhen Qingchun looked at the purple-robed figure sitting cross-legged on the rock in the distance and kept muttering. More than half a month had passed, and everything was out of Zhen Qingchun's expectations. He had never thought that the abnormal kid could make such great progress in alchemy. There was no need for him to explain too much, and the abnormal kid could infer many things from one example. His understanding was extremely thorough, and he had also made great progress in martial arts cultivation. Phew! When it was noon, the purple-robed youth on the rock finally stopped cultivating. The golden light around his body was completely withdrawn into his body. When he spat out the last wisp of turbid air from his mouth, his eyelashes moved slightly. His clear eyes suddenly opened, and there was a pale golden light flashing in his eyes. His gaze was sharp and deep. The elixir refined by Brother Qing Chun is really good. With this progress, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to break through to the Nirvana realm. Feeling the abundant profound qi in his body, Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face. The elixir refined by Zhen Qingchun was extremely effective. Every time he took it, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort, and he would make great progress. This made Du Xiaofu admire Brother Qing Chun even more. Continue to work hard and strive to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. He stretched his body and his figure suddenly leaped away from the rock. This bastard kid is really abnormal. 2 days later, when Zhen Qingchun saw Du Xiaofu who had consumed a lot of elixirs, he was smashing his body against the cliff in a masochistic manner, smashing large chunks of hard rocks into powder. He was dumbfounded. With Zhen Qingchun's insight, how could he not know how powerful Du Xiaofu's body was at the moment? He was just like a young rock in human form. Such a powerful body was absolutely impossible for a normal human to exist. Even among the ancient powers of the human race, it was impossible for them to have such an abnormal body cultivation method that could cultivate a person's body to such an abnormal level. Abnormal bastard, this bastard is abnormal. 3 days later, when Zhen Qingchun saw Du Xiaofu's spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron condensed by him, he was dumbfounded for a long time. Thinking back to when he was able to successfully use a spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron to refine elixirs, it took him no less than a few months to comprehend and cultivate. But this abnormal bastard did it in a dozen days. In particular, this guy was also practicing martial arts and the body cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Ping clan. He was simply multitasking. But the result was that this abnormal bastard had easily succeeded. He had only failed twice in the middle, and had destroyed a few thousand cultivation coins worth of medicinal ingredients. Back then, when he was still a rookie, he had failed 5 times in his first attempt at refining medicine, and had destroyed several tens of thousands of cultivation coins worth of medicinal ingredients. Time slowly passed, and the day of the contest between the younger generation of the 5 great clans was getting closer and closer. The whole stone city became more and more lively, and the topics of discussion in the streets and alleys gradually revolved around the contest between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. The contest between the 5 great clans, according to the usual practice of previous years, was naturally unavoidable for the whole nation to bet on it. The outstanding youngsters of the 5 great clans were naturally the focus of everyone's bets. Of course, every time, there would naturally be some dark horses, but the ones that the bettors were most interested in were these dark horses, because they had the highest odds. If they bet on the right one, they would really make a fortune. Within the Stone City, there were many betting points, and it was rumored that many of the betting points were personally controlled by the 5 great clans. Every year, they could make a lot of money. In the betting points, almost all the information of the younger generation of the major clans was available. Because the information of the 5 great clans' younger generation contestants had to be submitted 7 days ago, the information of these contestants was not a secret, and the betting points were easy to obtain. This also made it convenient for the bettors to place their bets. This time, there were many people betting on the hot spots. The Yi clans Yi Zijin, the Lao clans Meng Long and Meng Hu, the Qin clans Qin Xiaolu, the Bai clans by Tianming, and Bai Tsai were the most popular among the bettors. However, the most popular ones naturally did not have high odds, but the bets were still extremely popular. Monday, recommendation tickets are also very important. Looking for recommendation tickets and coffee. The student who is reading Martial God's World, your temperament is extraordinary, and there is a faint aura of a king between your eyebrows. In the future, you will have great achievements. On the upper left corner of this book's homepage, there are the words, "Add to the bookshelf." You can click on it. If it's accurate, I won't take a single cent. If it's not accurate, you can come back to me. Chapter 64. However, just as the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans was about to begin, a piece of shocking news broke out in the Stone City. Firstly, the Du family had only sent one person to participate in the competition, and his name was Du Xiaofu. That foolish youth's name had long since shaken the entire Stone City. The second piece of shocking news was the engagement of the Qin family. The young mistress of the Qin family, Qin Xiaolu, was engaged to a youth named Chao Chitai. It was said that on the day of the engagement, many imperial knights had gathered outside the Qin family residence to guard it. The family heads and city lords of the various great clans had also personally come to the Qin family residence. It was not difficult for outsiders to know that the youth named Chao Chitai was definitely not an ordinary person. Even more unexpected was the news that Chao Chitai and Qin Xiaolu were engaged, and could be considered half a member of the Qin family. Therefore, in this competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans, Chao Chitai would also represent the Qin family. Standing on a pavilion in the Stone City and gazing into the distance, the hazy mountains in the distance were shrouded in a layer of light gauze. The shadows were indistinct, sometimes far, sometimes near, sometimes distant, like a few strokes of ink smeared across the blue horizon. Qin Xiaolu stood on the pavilion, quietly gazing into the distance. On her rather beautiful face, there were tears in her eyes, both real and illusory. "I hate." After a long while, Qin Xiaolu's lips parted slightly as she spat out 2 short words. Her long sleeves gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She knew that she had no other choice but to accept all of this. "What are you doing standing here all alone?" A rather refreshing and enchanting male voice sounded. Following which, a young man in a long gown appeared behind Qin Xiaolu. His figure was tall and slender. Coupled with his rather handsome face, he made people feel extremely comfortable looking at him. "Chao Chitai, what are you doing here?" Qin Xiaolu turned around, looking at the youth behind her. There was some displeasure in her eyes, and even a trace of resentment that did not leave a trace. Chao Chitai looked at Qin Xiaolu, still wearing a smile on his face. This smile was enough to make those love-struck girls lose their minds. He said softly, "You are my fiancé, I'm here to see you, is that not okay? You should know that I didn't have a choice." Qin Xiaolu gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. She did not know why, but she felt an invisible pressure in front of this young man. This pressure caused her to feel very uncomfortable in her heart. "Of course I know that you have no choice, but I also know that you are now my fiancé, aren't you?" Chao Chitai smiled. "That's not my choice," said Qin Xiaolu, gritting her teeth. "I'll take my leave now." "Excuse me." She stepped over Chao Chitai and left. "My fiancé just arrived and you want to leave. Do you have something against me?" An enchanting smile still hung on Chao Chitai's face. However, he shifted his feet slightly and intentionally blocked Qin Xiaolu's path. Chao Chitai, do you think you can restrict me just because you're my fiancé? You're not enough. Qin Xiaolu's pretty face immediately sunk. Her slender jade-like hands rapidly formed a dazzling arc, resembling two agile snakes. In the time it took to catch her breath, she had already formed a palm imprint that directly slammed towards Chao Chitai. The mysterious level of the Xiantian stage. Your talent is pretty good. As he spoke, Chao Chitai's expression became a lot more gloomy. His hand seals changed and his right hand gently drew a line. A faint energy shot out. Although it seemed slow, it was actually as fast as lightning. The energy fluctuation carried a dark and cold aura as it instantly slammed against Qin Xiaolu's palm imprint. Bang! The two attacks collided, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Qin Xiaolu's figure was also sent flying, her body violently landing several meters away. Ugh! A mouthful of dark red blood was spat out from her tender red lips. When Qin Xiaolu raised her head and looked at Chao Chitai again, a look of disbelief gushed out from her eyes. Her gaze was complicated, filled with shock and loss. I'm not the Bai families by Tianming. You better understand your own position. Regardless of whether you are willing or not, your Qin family begged my Chao family to get engaged with you. If you have no choice, then accept the result. Honestly speaking, the reason why I'm getting engaged with you is because you have some beauty. Your Qin family also has some uses. Everyone is well aware of this. Otherwise, I don't lack women like you. Chao Chitai looked down at Qin Xiaolu from above. His expression did not change at all, as if the woman who had just been sent flying had nothing to do with him. His gaze was even filled with coldness as he softly said, I also know that you seem to have some thoughts about the Qi family's Hui Long. However, don't blame me for not telling you. If I hear anything in the future, think of the consequences and your entire Qin family. You are not a stupid woman, I believe that you will know what to do. Qin Xiaolu stood up. When she saw the coldness in Chao Chitai's eyes, her delicate body trembled. Only now did she know what kind of person the man in front of her was. He was a demon. His previous gentleness and elegance was all an act. It seems that you have understood. It's good that you understand. After all, we will be husband and wife in the future. We are a family. The gloomy expression on Chao Chitai's face instantly disappeared. He gently walked in front of Qin Xiaolu and held her beautiful face in his hands. He lifted his sleeve and gently wiped away the dark red bloodstains on her red lips. He said in an extremely tender and heartbroken voice, I'm sorry, Xiaolu. I was a little too heavy-handed. Forgive me, I won't fight with you again next time. That Du Xiaofu hurt you last time. When the time comes, I'll help you make him pay the debt. Qin Xiaolu stood there in a daze. There was some uneasiness in her eyes as she allowed Chao Chitai to manipulate her. In the end, she was gently embraced by Chao Chitai. From afar, they looked like a couple who were deeply in love. Indeed, they were even more intimate than a couple. In the Du family, Du Xiaofu left early and returned late every day. Sometimes, he would not even appear for several days. For almost a month, Du Xiaofu spent 90% of his time in the back mountain. However, for Du Xiaofu, this month was a great harvest. Not only did he make substantial progress in alchemy and the cultivation of his mental strength, but he also made great progress in the cultivation of martial arts. However, whether it was in the cultivation of martial arts or talisman master, Zhenqing Chun even suppressed Du Xiaofu's speed of progress. According to Zhenqing Chun, whether it was martial arts or talisman master, the foundation was the most important thing. The foundation determined the height of the future. It was rumored that the descendants of the powerful forces and the ancient clans who possessed ancient inheritances would deliberately suppress their cultivation at the beginning to make their foundation as solid and perfect as possible. Once such a terrifying figure emerged, they would be invincible in the same realm. They could even kill opponents who were at a higher realm. This made Du Xiaofu extremely shocked. He could not help but be a little fascinated. He did not know how he would compare to his peers in the legendary great forces and clans. When the time came, would he be able to compare with those geniuses? Du Xiaofu also gained a lot of knowledge about talisman masters from Zhen Qingchun. It was an eye-opener for him. Occasionally, Zhen Qingchun would talk about some things outside. The more he knew, the more Du Xiaofu understood how important absolute strength was in this world. On the rock, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. A mysterious handprint was changing in his hands. At this moment, there were unpredictable circles of light lingering around his body. Traces of extremely special energy fluctuations also spread out from Du Xiaofu's forehead. These fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Can this abnormal bastard succeed? Not far away, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock. At this moment, his expression was extremely nervous and expectant. Chapter 65. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu's mysterious handprints changed faster and faster, and the energy fluctuation spreading out from between his eyebrows became more and more intense. This kind of intense fluctuation was actually not inferior to that of a warrior of the primordial realm. Zhen Qingchun, who was watching from a distance, became more and more nervous. A person's sea of marrow is called the upper dantian, and it is called Tai. It is the ancestral palace of a person. It is supreme, and it is the gathering of all suns and the capital of all deities. Suddenly, young Master Du murmured, and the last handprint condensed. Mysterious runes spread out from between his eyebrows and wrapped around his body in an incomparably wonderful way. Hula. At the same time, a mysterious energy began to bloom from Du Xiaofu's body. This mysterious energy fluctuation was like a dark chain, densely fluctuating from Du Xiaofu's body. Then, it wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body, and instantly shattered the mysterious runes spreading out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes began to distort ferociously. Blue veins appeared on his face, as if he was enduring some kind of great pain. This kind of pain was unbearable for his body. Qi. At the same time, mysterious light began to bloom from Du Xiaofu's body, and a magical light jumped out. Although the light was somewhat turbid and dim, it was connected to all the meridians and blood vessels in his body. Finally, it crisscrossed on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, and spread out a terrifying power, tightly wrapping the black chain. The martial vein spirit seal is protecting its owner. What kind of martial vein is this? In the distance, Zhen Qingchuan's eyes trembled violently. Even with his eyesight, he could not determine what level the martial vein was at. The martial vein spirit seal automatically protected its owner. This was not something an ordinary martial vein could do. It was obvious that the martial vein had not recovered much. If the martial vein fully recovered, how terrifying would it be? After a short moment of shock, Zhen Qingchun came back to his senses. His voice immediately reached Du Xiaofu's ears. "Kid, you don't have to worry about the spiritual root seal. The spiritual root seal is now bound by your martial vein spirit mark. What you need to do is to open your Naiwen palace. The divine brain is the master of a body, the assembly of 100 gods, and the fusion of the Tao with the supreme mystery. The divine brain is the spirit of the whole body, the cave of the 100 gods, the mountain source of the fluid, the jade room of the soul essence. Only the divine brain can infuse emptiness into reality, the 10,000 voids stand upright, the smoke from 1,000 holes, the virtue of the heaven and earth, the cave of generosity, hence the name Naiwen. Naiwen is a spirit above the form." Du Xiaofu's ferocious and distorted face gradually recovered. The black energy chains around his body were bound by the huge pressure of the mysterious light. The mysterious runes in between his eyebrows surged out again. Walala. The runes overflowed with light, like a mantra hovering in the air. They flowed in the void and finally rushed into the space between his eyebrows again. This cycle continued endlessly, causing the fluctuations in between his eyebrows to become stronger and stronger. It seemed that a kind of vitality had been activated somewhere in between his eyebrows. Naiwen is a spirit above the form. Open your Naiwen palace. Finally, Du Xiaofu's final seal condensed and transformed as a loud shout sounded out. The dense talisman markings in the surrounding space suddenly revolved without end and revolved around Du Xiaofu's body, fused with him, and then reorganized and arranged themselves before erupting with extremely brilliant and dazzling light. It was like a bright moon had soared through the sky, and in the end, it condensed into a deep hole that seemed to intend to swallow the surrounding space. Boom! A loud tremor rang out. The deep rune hole finally rushed into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. At the same time, a rich and abundant mental energy fluctuation rippled out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. It swept out like a storm, causing the surrounding space to tremble and undulate. A wave of mental energy fluctuation wrapped around Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, causing his body to ripple with spirit. It was as if he had transcended the mortal world and was full of vitality. It gave people the feeling of the birth of all living things and the beginning of the world. What a powerful mental energy! How can this abnormal bastard's mental energy be so abnormal? I'm afraid that he's an invincible existence in the same realm. Could it be related to the extraordinary spiritual root that was sealed? Zhen Qingchun softly muttered. His seemingly wretched face was filled with indescribable shock. How could he not feel that the mental energy fluctuation on Du Xiaofu's body was absolutely invincible in the same realm? The most important thing for a spiritual symbol master was mental energy, and this abnormal bastard's mental energy was also so powerful. He knew that this abnormal bastard also had the abnormal body of a human-shaped rock. In the future, if this bastard walked out of the stone city and stood in the boundless world, he would be able to look down on countless peerless peers of the same generation. He would be able to sweep away all the young geniuses in the world. After half an hour, the dark energy chains on Du Xiaofu's body automatically disappeared. The mysterious light net around his body also dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Chi. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and bright, and it emitted a faint golden light. The runes were withdrawn, and his originally domineering temperament had an additional extraordinary aura at this moment. Is this the realm of a two-star spiritual symbol master? It's really strong. It's different from a warrior. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he felt the abundant mental energy in his mind's Naiwen palace. Recently, he had finally made good progress in his soul symbol master cultivation. He had officially stepped into the initial stage of a two-star soul symbol master, which was equivalent to a practitioner at the initial stage of the Xiantian stage. How do you feel? Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at a monster. Not bad. It would be better if I could break through a little faster. Du Xiaofu said with satisfaction. Zhen Qingchun stared at this abnormal bastard, as if there were countless crows floating over his head. It had only been a little more than a month, and this bastard had already stepped into the realm of a two-star spiritual symbol master. It seemed that he was still not satisfied. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Although Du Xiaofu also had a lot of advantages and conveniences in the cultivation of a spiritual symbol master because of his dual cultivation of martial arts, the difficulty had also increased. Spiritual symbol master and martial arts were both dual cultivation. Naturally, one's energy had to be divided more. However, this brat still managed to achieve it in just over a month. In today's world, from a beginner spiritual symbol master to a two-star spiritual symbol master, even those with the best spiritual roots would need several years. However, this bastard had done it in just over a month. This was more than abnormal. Moreover, Zhen Qingchen knew best that if she had not reminded Du Xiaofu every day to suppress his cultivation and build a good foundation, this abnormal brat would have already broken through in advance. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchen did not want to be entangled with this abnormal bastard on the issue of cultivation time. Comparing oneself with others would only make one angry. The only thing that could comfort her was that no matter how strong this abnormal bastard was, he was still taught by her. After opening the Naiwan Palace, you can be considered to have officially stepped into the level of a spiritual symbol master. You have also made good progress in alchemy, so, her voice paused for a moment. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and rolled her eyes. She continued, from today onwards, I have decided to teach you talisman arrays. A 2-star spiritual symbol master can also come into contact with some knowledge of talisman arrays. I have already said that I am a fast learner. Du Xiaofu laughed mischievously. His heart was filled with anticipation. Those legendary spiritual symbol masters, a single talisman array was enough to contend against an empire. A powerful talisman array was enough to overturn rivers and seas and change the color of heaven and earth. Zhen Qingchuan's face twitched. She simply did not want to pay attention to this abnormal bastard. She continued, compared to refining weapons and alchemy, talisman arrays are even more vast. All living things in heaven and earth coexist with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. To become a talisman array master, you must first have an outstanding understanding of talisman arrays. You must comprehend the talisman arrays for your own use and adjust the talisman arrays for your own use. Talisman arrays are divided into illusion arrays, attack arrays, and defense arrays. The first thing you need to learn is to comprehend the talisman arrays of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Listening to Zhen Qingchuan's teachings, Du Xiaofu's determined face was as resolute as ever. His gaze was sharp and deep. Sometimes he nodded, sometimes he was deep in thought. Every time Zhen Qingchen was teaching, the king-scaled demon tiger would not be idle. It would quietly crawl beside Zhen Qingchen and Du Xiaofu, as if it was able to obtain some kind of benefit. Please recommend me. Chapter 66. The last rays of the sunset faded away as the world darkened. Night fell, and the blue sky was dotted with countless little stars. Du Xiaofu returned to the courtyard and took a bath. Then, he saw the steward of the backyard, saying that the clan master and second master wanted him to go there. First uncle, second uncle, are you looking for me? When Du Xiaofu arrived at the study room of his first uncle, Du Zhenwu and second uncle Du Zhixiong were already sitting there. They were whispering something with a serious expression. Seeing Du Xiaofu's arrival, Du Zhixiong gestured for Du Xiaofu to sit down and talk. Then, he asked, Xiaofu, you have been living in seclusion these days and rarely come out. Are you busy cultivating? Your body seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu sat upright on the chair beside Du Zhixiong. He nodded slightly and said, anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'm cultivating in the back of the mountain. May I know why eldest uncle and second uncle asked me to come here? Have you forgotten that in 3 days, the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans will begin? A smile appeared on Du Zhenwu's slightly serious face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and softly asked, how are your preparations going? In 3 days? Du Xiaofu really did forget. Recently, he had been so focused on cultivating that he forgot to eat and sleep. He forgot about the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. Thinking about the thunder pool of the Yi clan, a smile appeared on his face as he said, I have been preparing for it. Du Zhenwu looked at Du Xiaofu's eyes. There was no nervousness in those deep and sharp eyes. On the contrary, they were full of anticipation. This made him a little confused. Could it be that this brat had absolute confidence? Du Zhenwu slightly raised his brows and said, Suo Hu of the Si clan, Bai Tianming of the Bai clan, and Qin Xiaolu of the Qin clan are not your opponents. I know that your cultivation is not weak, but this time, there has been a little change. You have to be careful. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately asked, did something special happen? Du Jixiong continued, there are some special circumstances. This time, you are the only participant from the Du family. You represent the Du family. Why am I alone? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He had heard about the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans in the past. Each of the 5 great clans had limited the number of participants to 15. The number could be less, but not more. Every time, there would be a full 15 people in the younger generation of the major clans. Even if there was no hope of winning the championship, it could still be considered as a form of training. It would also be of great benefit to their future cultivation. Du Jinwu helplessly smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, you still have the nerve to say that. Du Yan, Du Chong, and Du Hao were all injured by you. Until now, they have only recovered 50 to 60%. They can't go up. Du Yu and Du Shui have good potential. However, if they participate this time, they won't be able to participate in the next competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. You also know that everyone can only participate once. Du Yu and Du Shui are the hope of the Du family in the next competition. It would be a loss for them to participate this time. Therefore, after discussing with your second uncle, we decided to let you represent the Du family in the competition. However, this will increase the pressure on you. You have offended the Bai family, the Tong family, and even the Qin family. When the time comes, it is very likely that you will be attacked by the other families. Du Xiaofu's expression was deep in thought. He knew a little about the rules of the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. Apart from the fact that they were not allowed to intentionally harm others' lives and use techniques that did not belong to them, there were no other rules. It was a complete free-for-all. Whoever stood on the stage in the end would be the winner. Only the final winner would be able to enter the lightning pool to cultivate. Under these rules, it was extremely important for the participants of a family to work together. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even the fragrance of wine is afraid of the depth of the alley. No matter how strong one was, if they were surrounded, they would still be unlucky. Why? Are you not confident? If you really can't do it, let Du Yu and Du Shui go up as well. At least they can help you block some of the pressure. Du Jixiong looked at Du Xiaofu's contemplative expression and thought that Du Xiaofu was not confident. He was also very clear that once they were surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's no need for that. I'll go alone. It'll be easier for me. Du Xiaofu raised his head and smiled. It seemed that he was not too worried. Xiaofu, this is not a joke. Even if the Yi clan can help you block one of the families, I believe that the remaining 2 families will surround and attack you. Du Jinwu reminded Du Xiaofu. Uncle, I will do my best. If they want to surround and attack me, we will have to see if they have the ability. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. All right. Since you feel confident, as your uncle, I will naturally believe you. Du Jinwu looked at that sharp and clear gaze and nodded his head. He continued to speak to Du Xiaofu, in addition, you have to pay attention to Chao Chitai from the Qin clan. This Chao Chitai might be your strongest opponent. Why would there be someone with the surname Chao in the Qin clan? Du Xiaofu did not understand. This Chao Chitai is the fiancé of the Qin clan's Qin Xiaolu. He is considered half a member of the Qin clan. He is also young, so he is also qualified to participate. You have to pay attention to his strength and identity. Du Jixiong explained, we have received news that this Chao Chitai is young but extremely powerful. In addition, this person is the son of the Flowing Cloud County's princess, Chao Tianmang. Flowing Cloud County. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Flowing Cloud County was a county outside of Stone City. It contained more than 10 cities that were larger than Stone City. In the empire, there was a county above a city, a county above a county, and a county above a county. The county above a county was directly controlled by the empire. In Du Xiaofu's impression, Stone City had always been a strange existence. It was said that when the empire was founded, although Stone City was a small border city, it was not controlled by a county or a county. After a long time, no one knew the reason. They only knew that although Stone City was an empire city, no one could control it. Only the 5 major families stood in the city. The empire we are in is called the Stone Dragon Empire. Flowing Cloud County is close to our Stone City. In these years, Flowing Cloud County has always had the intention to take over our Stone City. However, they are wary of the existence of the Yi clan's Thunder Lion. This time, Flowing Cloud County interfered in the competition between the younger generation of the 5 major families and also formed a marriage alliance with the Qin clan. I suspect that they have other motives. With the Thunder Lion of the Yi clan, not only are the other families ready to make a move, the other powers are also restless. Sigh. Du Junwu's voice fell and he couldn't help but sigh. After chatting with his uncles for a while, Du Xiaofu left the study room. When he returned to the courtyard, it was rare to see his drunkard father at home. However, as usual, he was drunk and holding his old wine jug while lying on the rattan chair, snoring evenly. Du Xiaofu took out a thin blanket from the room and covered his drunkard father with it. He then used a hot towel to gently wipe his face before returning to his room. Chapter 67. After pondering for a moment in the room, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and condensed his hand seals. His body was enveloped in a faint golden light. 2 days later, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a rock in the back mountain of the Du family. The faint golden light around his body was like a spirit snake that constantly wriggled in and out of his body. When these profound qi fluctuations reached their strongest, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed. The abundant profound qi seemed to be sucked in by a violent force and began to be compressed into his body. It's about time. Let's reach the other side in one go. Looking at Du Xiaofu on the rock, Shen Qingchun said softly. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed and changed again. He used his mental strength to sense and control the profound qi and fiercely pressed it into the god's watchtower. Ever since he became a spirit symbol master and cultivated the Great One Soul technique, his mental strength had greatly increased. Du Xiaofu also felt that along with the great increase in mental strength, there were also great benefits in the cultivation and comprehension of martial arts. The two could be said to complement each other. Bang! A low muffled sound quietly came out from Du Xiaofu's god's watchtower. Following this sound, an invisible barrier quietly opened. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body like a storm. After a long time, everything calmed down. The purple-robed figure on the rock opened his sharp and deep eyes. Feeling the abundant profound qi in his body, a smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "I've finally stepped onto the other side. I wonder how many benefits I can obtain after entering the lightning pool." At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were dim. The night sky was clear and it was a rare good day. This night was destined to be a night of tension and anticipation for many people in the Stone City. When the darkness before dawn passed, there were people walking out of the streets of the Stone City. More and more people were walking towards the square in the middle of the city. Today was the day of the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. If they were late, there wouldn't be any good seats left. The population of the entire Stone City was not small. As the younger generation of the 5 great clans competed, this grand event that only happened once every few years was the most lively event in the Stone City. Naturally, there was a sea of people. When the sky had just brightened, the vast plaza in the middle of the Stone City was already packed with people. As this was a grand occasion for the younger generation of the 5 great clans to compete, the 5 great clans had already dispatched many people to the plaza to maintain order. Of course, this was only for show and ostentation. In the Stone City, who would dare to cause trouble under the eyes of the 5 great clans? Unless they didn't want to live anymore, that would be the case. As time slowly passed, figures began to flicker through the special entrance in the corner of the square. Many figures appeared, immediately causing a chain reaction among the crowd. Look, the people of the Bai family are here. The head of the Bai family, Bai Jiru, the young master of the Bai family, Bai Tianming, and the second miss of the Bai family, Bai Tsai. The people from the Qin clan are also here. The one in front is the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Zongqiong, and the young lady of the Qin clan, Qin Xiaolu. The one beside them seems to be that Chao Chitai. I heard that he has a great background. Chao Chitai is a talent. The Qin clan has found a good son-in-law. The people from the Ran clan are also here. The head of the Ran clan, Ran Qingsong, and the 2 brothers, Ran Long and Ran Hu, are here. Following the commotion of the figures around the plaza, the people of the Bai family, the Ran family, and the Qin family slowly arrived. After the experts of the various clans met, they all politely exchanged greetings, and then walked to the high seats that had been arranged in the plaza. Behind them, many young men and women stood quietly. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and there were even many shouts coming from all around the plaza. Many graceful young girls and young talents looked at the extraordinary young men and women behind the various clans with shyness and admiration in their eyes. The people of the Du family are also here. The head of the Du family, Du Zhixiong, and the second master of the Du family, Du Zhenwu, are both here. The one in the purple robe is Du Xiaofu. I heard that this time, he is the only representative of the Du family. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the plaza with his uncles, he was shocked to see the hundreds of thousands of spectators around the vast plaza. Xiaofu, don't be nervous. Relax a little. Du Zhixiong patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He was a little shocked, but not nervous. He just didn't expect it to be so lively. Xiaofu, the fat man on the left who looks gentle, is the head of the Bai family, Bai Jiru. Although he looks gentle, he is not a kind person. He is full of cunning. The one behind him is his son, Bai Tianming. I heard that you have already beaten him up. However, you have to pay more attention to Bai Jiru's daughter, Bai Tsai. It is said that Bai Tsai is better than her brother in both talent and wisdom. Du Zhixiong whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear, you should know the people of the Feng family. The one next to them is from the Qin family. The one in the middle who looks a little gloomy is the head of the Qin family, Qin Zongqiong. You have also beaten Qin Xiaolu. The young man in the long robe is Chao Chitai. You have to pay more attention. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze unnoticeably landed on the lineup of the 3 great clans that had already arrived. Each clan had brought more than 100 people. In the Bai family's lineup, a gentle middle-aged man in a scholarly robe should be Bai Jiru. Beside Bai Tianming, a woman with spirit aura should be Bai Tsai. Du Xiaofu already knew a lot of people of the Feng family. Finally, his eyes fell on the Qin family's lineup. Qin Zongqiong was sitting in the middle. His face looked quite gloomy, as if everyone owed him money. Du Xiaofu had already seen Qin Xiaolu behind him. While Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, he suddenly felt a lot of eyes fall on him. He raised his head and looked over. Among them were Bai Tsai, Bai Tianming, Qin Xiaolu, Chen Long, Ho Hu, and others. The one who caused Du Xiaofu's expression to change was the rather handsome young man beside Qin Xiaolu. For some unknown reason, this young man's gaze caused Du Xiaofu's heart to ripple for no reason. Is this Chao Chitai? He seems to be hiding his cultivation. Du Xiaofu thought. Brother Du, you're late. As Du Junwu and the others of the Du family arrived, Qin Zongqiong and Qin Zongqiong of the Bai family stood up to greet them. However, Yun Qingsong of the Feng family glanced at the people of the Du family and then stood quietly. Many experts of the Feng family glared at the people of the Du family. The time is just right. You couldn't wait and came early. Du Junwu smiled slightly. After a short greeting with the people of the Qin and Bai families, he went to sit in the Du family's lineup. Behind him sat many elders of the Du family. Du Xiaofu, Du Shui, and the other young people who came to watch the show could only stand quietly behind. Du Hao, Du Chong, Du Yan, and a few others from the Du family were present. Although these people were heavily injured and couldn't participate in the battle to avoid embarrassing the Du family, it wasn't a problem for them to come out and watch the show. City Lord Yi is here. The crowd became restless again. In the corner of the square, many figures appeared. Chapter 68. Greetings, City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Around the square, countless onlookers saluted one after another. Their voices converged into a mighty wave that lingered above the square for a long time. Outside the square's special passageway, hundreds of figures walked out. At the front was a handsome middle-aged man and a beautiful girl who were particularly eye-catching. Wherever they went, the residents of the Stone City respectfully saluted. It was enough to show that their status in the entire Stone City was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked over. It was the city lord, Yi Baolin. The girl behind him was naturally Yi Zijin. She had white skin and a delicate face. She was a few years younger than Qin Xiaolu and Bai Cai, but her temperament was not inferior to the former two. Everyone, no need to be so polite. Yi Baolin walked all the way to the front of the square, indicating that the residents of the Stone City did not need to be so polite. Greetings, City Lord. The experts of the Du, Qin, Ji, and Bai families all stood up and saluted. Under the City Lord, they had to be respectful. Everyone, no need to be so polite. Yi Baolin smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the crowd did not need to be so polite. He then took the lead and sat in the center. Xiaofu, long time no see. Under many envious gazes, Yi Zijin walked to Du Xiaofu's side and smiled slightly, causing many young men around to be stunned. Originally, Bai Cai and Qin Xiaolu were absolute beauties, but at this moment, with the appearance of Yi Zijin, the two women could not help but be overshadowed, as if they had become a foil. It hasn't been long. Looking around at the murderous gazes falling on him, Du Xiaofu could only smile bitterly in his heart. He clearly knew that the girl in front of him deliberately came at this time to make hatred for him, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Zijin moved closer to Du Xiaofu again, almost sticking to Du Xiaofu's chest. The corners of her mouth curved into a perfect arc. She nodded and said softly, "I heard that some time ago, someone deliberately caused trouble for you. It seems that there will be a lot of people causing trouble for you today. However, my Yi family will definitely stand with you." As Yi Zijin stood so intimately in front of Du Xiaofu, many people around them became even angrier. Many of the youths from the various great families were already rubbing their fists and palms together. They were facing a common enemy, and they intended to teach this Du Xiaofu a lesson together. Even many experts from the various large clans looked at Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin with deep meaning. Although Du Hao, Du Chong, and Du Yan were standing behind Du Xiaofu, their gazes were filled with jealousy and envy. They couldn't understand how the idiot of 10 years could have such a huge change in him. How could he suddenly crush them under his feet? More importantly, even Yi Zijin's heart seemed to have fallen for that guy. In terms of strength, Du Hao, Du Chong, and the others were very clear that their current strength was not as good as Du Xiaofu's. However, in terms of handsomeness, they felt that they were better than Du Xiaofu. Since Miss Yi likes to do this, then I feel that I should cooperate. Don't you think so? A smile that was not a smile suddenly surged onto Du Xiaofu's face. When his soft voice sounded, he suddenly took a step forward and directly stuck close to Yi Zijin. His right arm also took the opportunity to sweep horizontally and landed on the small waist in front of him, which could not even be hugged by a single arm. Being so close to each other, Du Xiaofu could feel two soft places on his chest. This made Du Xiaofu, who was so close to a woman for the first time, tremble in his heart. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Yi Zijin was instantly stunned. She never thought that Du Xiaofu would be so bold in front of so many people and in front of the entire stone city. Her heart trembled, and for a moment, her entire body was sluggish, and her cheeks flushed red. At this moment, countless young men in the surroundings and the square looked at the young man and woman who were tightly hugging each other. Their eyes were lifeless, and then they became bloodshot. That was a young lady that no one in the entire city could touch. However, at this moment, she was being held in the arms of that young man. Everyone's feelings could be imagined. The people from the various large families were stunned. Could it be that the rumors were true? Even Yi Baolin and the experts from the Yi family were stunned. This kid really knows how to take advantage of others. Only Du Junwu and Du Jixiong looked at each other in dismay. After being stunned for a moment, they both revealed a smile that was not a smile, and laughed in their hearts. In the crowd, Zhuolong and Chao Chitai looked at the two people who were tightly hugging each other. A trace of coldness flashed through their eyes without leaving a trace. Their faces suddenly became gloomy, but they quickly returned to normal. However, the gloominess on Chao Chitai's face disappeared a little faster than Zhuolong's. The competition is about to begin. I hope that you can stand until the end. The redness on Yi Zijin's face quietly faded. She recovered her senses in a short period of time. Her graceful body moved slightly to the right and her slim waist, which could not be grasped with one hand, left Du Xiaofu's right wrist. She lightly pursed her red lips and smiled. Her eyes once again became calm. Yi Zijin once again raised her head to look at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes seemed to contain some deep meaning as she said, "Later, my Yi family will help you block one of the clans. You will have to rely on yourself for the other two clans." As her voice faded, the beautiful figure turned around and left with light steps. "Everyone, it's about time. Let's begin," Yi Baolin softly said. It was as if he did not see this scene. However, his gaze did, intentionally or unintentionally, sweep across Du Xiaofu's body. Whoosh! As Yi Baolin's voice sounded, the figure of an old man in a long robe from the Yi clan behind him immediately leaped out from the ground. Like an eagle flapping its wings, he soared into the air and gently landed in the middle of the open ground that had been circled out. Good! As the old man landed, his beautiful movement technique naturally won the cheers of the entire square. The old man looked around the square and nodded his head slightly. He loudly said, "Today is the competition between the younger generation of the Stone City's 5 great clans that occurs once every 3 years. It represents the endless emergence of our Stone City's younger generation and strengthens our Stone City. Now, participants from the great clans, come on stage. All of you, go." The expressions of Yi Baolin, Qiu Qingsong, Qin Zongqiong, Bai Jiru and the rest slightly changed. They looked at the eager younger generation behind them and said softly, "Yes." The young men and women of the great clans nodded. Yi Zijin's graceful figure took the lead. The profound qi under her feet surged, and her delicate body shot out. In the air, her graceful body was like duckweed crossing the sea, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Finally, she gently landed on the square. She was elegant and noble, with a hint of coldness, which moved people's hearts. Bai Tsai's eyes flickered, and her long skirt fluttered. A surge of profound energy suddenly gushed out, and her graceful figure, like a fairy, directly crossed the void. After that, she gracefully landed not far from Yi Zijin's side, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Qin Xiaolu was not willing to fall behind. The profound qi under her feet fluctuated, and her beautiful figure jumped into the air. Suddenly, the profound qi under her feet surged out like a whirlpool. Borrowing the power of the profound qi, her graceful body spun a few rounds in the air like a spinning top, and finally landed not far from Baicai. Qin Xiaolu obviously did not want to lose to Yi Zijin and Baicai. Her beautiful movement technique was extremely elegant and beautiful. Good. The three women landed, and the three graceful figures competed with each other. The cheers immediately resounded in the square. Chapter 69. Qi. Almost at the same time as the three girls landed, Shuolong, Shuohu, and Bai Tianming also landed in the square. Their handsome faces and confident temperaments were enough to attract the gazes of many young girls. Chao Chitai looked at the several people who had landed in front of him, his gaze fluctuating. Suddenly, his figure shot out from the ground like a swift. His feet left the ground and his body was in midair. Suddenly, his footsteps were like a cloud ladder, each step higher than the last. Finally, his body made a beautiful spin in the air. His profound qi surged and his long robe fluttered in the wind. Then, he landed lightly beside Qin Xiaolu. So handsome, so strong. Without a doubt, Chao Chitai's beautiful movement technique was undoubtedly more eye-catching than that of Shuolong, Shuohu, and Bai Tianming. He was able to stand out among the many extraordinary young people. Not only did he attract a lot of surprised gazes from the seats of the experts, but the spectators around the square also burst into cheers. Qin Xiaolu glanced sideways at Chao Chitai beside her. At this time, the gaze in her eyes softened. No matter what, as a woman, she had some vanity. Her fiancé received such applause under the eyes of the entire Stone City. She also felt proud. Whoosh whoosh. With Yi Zijin, Qin Xiaolu, Baicai, Shuolong, and the others taking the lead, the young boys and girls behind the great families rubbed their hands and rubbed their palms. They had long been unable to hold back. Their profound qi surged, and they deliberately showed off various movement techniques. Each and every one of them landed on the square in an extremely eye-catching manner, and they also attracted a lot of cheers. Xiaofu, it's your turn. You're the only one from the Du family, but you can't lose to the Du family's momentum. Du Zhixiong looked back at Du Xiaofu behind him and said softly. Seeing the cheers from the young generation of the great families, he was also somewhat unconvinced. The Du family naturally could not lose to others in terms of momentum. Good luck, brother Xiaofu. Du Shui, and the other cousins were all staring at Du Xiaofu. As a member of the Du family, if the Du family's momentum was weaker than the other families, they would lose face when they meet other families in the future. Aura. I've never learned a movement technique before. Du Xiaofu's face suddenly turned ugly. He hadn't learned any agility martial skills, so he couldn't display those fancy agility martial skills. How could he compare with Yi Zijin and Baicai? At this moment, only the members of the Du clan had yet to enter the arena. The gazes of the experts from the various clans and the younger generation who had entered the arena all fell on Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, go. Du Zhenwu didn't give Du Xiaofu any pressure, but there was obviously some hidden expectation in his eyes. Sigh. Du Xiaofu secretly sighed. Then, under the astonished gazes of the audience, a faint golden light suddenly appeared around his body. His feet stomped on the ground, and his figure suddenly shot out in a straight line like a rocket. Finally, he fell straight down from the sky, and his feet fiercely landed on the arena. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's feet landed on the ground, the entire square seemed to tremble. Countless spectators in the surroundings could feel the ground tremble as a fierce gust of wind swept out. The place where Du Xiaofu's feet landed, on the hard stone floor, suddenly cracks began to spread. Caw. Gravel shot out, and a large area of the arena directly flipped over like a wave. Dang dang. The ground was shaking, and the young men and women of the 4 big clans who were participating in the arena were not prepared at all. One by one, they suddenly staggered back. Their bodies were crooked, and they almost fell to the ground. Du Xiaofu's entrance was simple, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, it was so fierce, and incomparably domineering. The entire arena suddenly became silent, and numerous gazes were fixed on the figure of the purple-robed youth in astonishment. What a domineering kid. He's really unique, and looks down on the entire arena. Yi Baolin looked at the purple-robed youth who caused such a huge commotion in the arena. His handsome face was filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but praise. This guy is domineering enough. I like it. Du Zhixiong's face was also filled with astonishment. He didn't expect Du Xiaofu to enter the arena in such a way. Then, a smile appeared in his eyes. How could he not see that just the domineering aura alone was enough to suppress everyone? Good, roar, Du Xiaofu, good job, so handsome. After a short moment of silence, deafening applause erupted from the surrounding arena, and the entire arena was shaken. Many women were immediately fascinated by the purple-robed youth, and even many men couldn't help but cheer loudly. Perhaps all men had a domineering blood hidden in their hearts. Du Xiaofu's domineering entrance had undoubtedly caused the blood in many people's bodies to begin to boil. If the entrance of Chao Chitai, Yi Zijin, and the others was a visual feast for the spectators, then the entrance of Du Xiaofu was a kind of spiritual baptism. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was better and who was worse. In the crowd, Yi Zijin and Bai Cai's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Looking at the youth who was cheering for the whole arena, their eyes were moved. He really has some real strength. His 10 years of forbearance, his real purpose, was it for today? Bai Cai murmured in a low voice. Humph. Looking at the cheers and shock caused by Du Xiaofu, Bai Tianming, Qi Hu, and the others coldly snorted, and their hearts were very unhappy. Qi Long and Chao Chitai squinted their eyes, quietly looking at Du Xiaofu, and their faces didn't change much. Brother Xiaofu, good job. Among the younger generation of the Du family, looking at the cheers caused by Du Xiaofu, Du Shui, and the others couldn't help but cheer for him. Even Du Hao, Du Chong, and Du Yan's bodies were slightly trembling. If they didn't have a grudge against Du Xiaofu, they would have cheered for him just now. On the field, the Yi family's elder was also extremely shocked, but when he recovered, he looked at the participants of the major families who had already entered the field, and said loudly, I will repeat the rules of the competition. You are not allowed to use power that doesn't belong to you, and you are not allowed to deliberately harm other people's lives. Those who violate the rules will be jointly punished by the major families. The circle in the field will be the arena, and those who fall out of the circle will be considered as the loser. There are no other rules, and you can join forces to besiege or team up to besiege. In the end, the 5 people who remain in the arena will obtain a perfected innate stage martial skill and a mobile grade initial stage medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation base. The last person who remains in the arena will obtain a mobile grade medicinal pill and a perfected innate stage martial skill, and he'll be able to enter the Yi family's thunder pool to cultivate. The Yi family's elder finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at the younger generation of the major families in front of him, and said loudly, Now, I announce the start of the competition. Buzz. As the Yi family's elder finished speaking, a melodious sound of a bell came out from the field, and the sound wave was melodious and long, resounding throughout the stone city. Boom! At the same time, all around the field, there were thunderous shouts, and the whole field exploded. Chapter 70. Whoosh whoosh. Almost in a short time, as the old man of the Yi family announced the start of the competition, shadows flashed in the square. It seemed that they had already been prepared. Qin Xiaolu, Chao Chitai, and the other 13 people of the Qin family directly blocked in front of the 15 people of the Yi family led by Yi Zijin. Without a doubt, the Qin family had already planned to attack the Yi family. At the same time, 30 figures surrounded Du Xiaofu as if they had planned this beforehand. 30 people, no more, no less. The Bai family and the Chu family each had 15 people, led by Bai Cai, Bai Tianming, Zhuolong, and Zhuohu. Their target was Du Xiaofu. Zhuolong looked at Bai Cai and said softly, "After dealing with Du Xiaofu together, we will decide who is better, so as not to be taken advantage of. What do you think?" Bai Cai looked at Du Xiaofu, then looked at Zhuolong and nodded. She simply replied with one word, "Okay." In an instant, swords were drawn. The participants of the Bai family and the Chu family stared at Du Xiaofu at the same time. Zhuohu and Bai Tianming revealed a malicious smile. After waiting for so long, they finally got the chance to take revenge. Being besieged by 30 people from the two families, they did not believe that Du Xiaofu would not be able to get out of here alive. Shameless, they are really besieging him. At the head of the square, Du Zhixiong angrily slapped his chair. He was extremely angry. He did not expect the Zhuo family and the Bai family to be so shameless that they were ready to join hands to deal with one person. Du Zhenwu's eyes also revealed a dignified look. He somewhat regretted his decision. He should not have let Du Xiaofu fight alone. No matter how strong he was, he could not deal with 30 people, especially Bai Cai. Zhuolong was obviously not an ordinary person. All the people of the Du family were nervous, and their faces were dignified. "Yi Zijin, I want to know how strong you are now." Qin Xiaolu took the lead. The long sword in her hand was unsheathed. Her Xian Qi surged, and the sword light gushed out with runes. Several sword lights directly shrouded Yi Zijin. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu, who was besieged by the Bai family and the Zhuo family, and frowned. A long whip with numerous barbs swept out. Xian Qi surged, and her wrist turned. The long whip penetrated the air barrier, and directly wrapped around the sword light. The two women exchanged blows in a short period of time. Then, the people of the Qin clan and the Yi clan also picked their opponents. The battle was about to start. Du Xiaofu looked at the 30 people surrounding him, then his gaze finally landed on the Bai clan's formation. He asked softly, "Who is Bai Mei?" Among the 15 members of the Bai family, a rather beautiful girl walked out. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and she held a light green longsword in her hand. Her profound qi fluctuated, and she looked at Du Xiaofu with some nervousness and doubt. She asked, "I am Bai Mei. I'll protect you." Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Even though he was besieged by the two families, he was still calm and relaxed. "How dare you adjust your Xian Qi at this time? My Bai family, beat this brat." A Bai family youth was furious. "Teach this brat a lesson. Don't hold back." Zhuohu found an opportunity and shouted. "Beat him to death." Bai Tianming nodded. The Bai and Zhuo family youths walked toward Du Xiaofu at the same time. Their Xian Qi surged, and their eyes were filled with anger. Du Xiaofu was besieged by them, but he still had the mood to flirt with a girl. This brat was definitely not a good person. He was still so arrogant at this time. They must teach this bastard a lesson. "How dare you flirt with my Bai family? You'll be miserable." The Bai family youth who spoke first shouted. "I didn't flirt." Du Xiaofu firmly disagreed. He only asked. How could that be considered flirting? He was not that kind of person. "How dare you quibble? You'll be miserable." The Bai family youth said angrily. His Xian Qi fluctuated, and he was about to attack. "Noisy. I said I didn't flirt, so I didn't. Are you blind?" Du Xiaofu's indifferent face suddenly darkened. He raised his hand, and a pale golden light surged around his body. His right hand suddenly waved forward, and at the same time, his figure appeared in front of the Bai family youth like a ghost. His right hand landed on the youth's chest. Bang! A low and deep muffled sound rang out as the body of the young man from the Bai clan was sent flying several dozen meters away. After which, the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard as his body violently fell outside the circle. Blood sprayed from his mouth and he was no longer able to stand up. What? Whether it was the experts from the various families, the spectators around the square, or the younger generation of the Zhua and Bai families surrounding Du Xiaofu, they were all stunned. Bastard, let's beat this brat together. This brat is difficult to deal with. Let's work together. The participants from the Bai and Zhua families were furious. Du Xiaofu actually dared to attack first. He did not even put them in his eyes. One of them was sent flying in a single exchange. Immediately, they clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. So noisy. If you want to attack together, then hurry up. So much nonsense. Du Xiaofu stood calmly and looked disdainfully at the crowd. He really did not know why these fellows were always talking more than they were doing. The Bai and Zhua families were furious. He was looking down on them too much. It turned out that Du Xiaofu did not put them in his eyes at all. I'll let you be arrogant. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't hold back. Teach this brat a good lesson. A young man from the Ji clan charged out and shouted loudly. After that, the members of the Ji clan and Bai clan moved in unison. Even Bai Mei, who'd been teased by Du Xiaofu, had joined in as well. Profound energy fluctuated while weapons emitted whistling sounds as they instantly flashed towards Du Xiaofu in unison. Rumble. Nearly 30 people besieging one person. They did not believe that they could not take care of Du Xiaofu. They must teach that brat a good lesson to vent the hatred in their hearts. Dozens of people besieged Du Xiaofu at the same time. For a moment, the plaza was filled with sand and rocks, and the ground trembled. The momentum was astonishing. The people around the plaza and the Du family were on tenterhooks. If Du Xiaofu fought them one by one, he might have a chance to win. However, if he was besieged by dozens of people at the same time, the consequences could be imagined. Seeing dozens of people besieging him, Du Xiaofu did not panic. The clear gaze in his eyes quietly became sharp and deep, and a faint golden light surged around his body. Come on. Do you think you can do anything to me because you have more people? Get lost. Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing people's eardrums to vibrate. Facing dozens of people besieging him, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His figure was like a fierce beast, and the ground cracked. With the strength of his body, he directly collided with the Zhua family youth who was the fastest to pounce over. Boom! The two bodies collided, and the Zhua family youth was immediately sent flying. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and all the ribs in his body were broken. Du Xiaofu's body continued to charge forward, as if he was not obstructed at all. All of this was beyond everyone's imagination, and it shocked everyone. No one expected that Du Xiaofu would actually use such a special method to attack. It was simple, but violent, and shocking. Thank you, smiling beauty, for your reward. Thank you. All right. There are only a few days left until the 16th, Little Yu is preparing for a big explosion on the day of the release. Brothers and sisters, have you prepared the flowers? After a few months, Little Yu has returned. I hope to create another glory with all my brothers and sisters. Let Martial God's world surpass Martial God's world, and let Du Xiaofu continue in Lu Xiaoyu's footsteps. After Martial God's world, there might be Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Jingyun, and the pig-foot Yufeng from Ascend the Three Realms. It won't be a simple soy sauce, so Little Yu won't spoil it for now. On the 16th, Little Yu will wait for everyone to create another glory together. Alright. Chapter 71. At the same time, Du Xiaofu brandished his fists. Light golden fist imprints shot out from each of his fists and bombarded the iron rod and the long sword of a man and a woman. Gotcha! A cracking sound was emitted. Everything had overturned everyone's understanding. The hard metal rod and sharp longsword were unable to block Du Xiaofu's fist at all and shattered at the same time. The man and woman also spat out blood from the terrifying impact. Finally, their bodies were sent flying in an incomparably miserable manner. Get lost! Du Xiaofu didn't stop at all. He took a step forward and directly appeared beside another young man. He directly stepped on his shoulder and crushed it to the ground. The young man's shoulder bones were broken under the pressure. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Du Xiaofu punched the back of a young man beside him, sending him flying and crashing into two other people not far away. The three of them spurted out blood and were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The whole scene was in chaos. Dozens of people besieged Du Xiaofu, but no one expected the result to be like this. Du Xiaofu was too ferocious. No one could keep up with his rhythm. The siege became a one-man show for Du Xiaofu. Everywhere he passed, people were sent flying, sand and stones were sent flying, and the ground trembled. Gotcha! A young man from the Sea clan attacked. The broadsword in his hand slashed down with a terrifying gust of wind, but it was caught by Du Xiaofu in an instant. Du Xiaofu broke the broadsword with one hand. Then, the young man's body was sent flying by Du Xiaofu's kick. Boom! Immediately after, several figures were sent flying. Each and every one of them had broken bones and gushed out blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. Du Xiaofu's performance was too ferocious. He was like a demonic beast in human form. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy everything. No one could stop him. It was extremely terrifying. When the figures were sent flying, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Si Hu and Bai Tianming in an unstoppable manner. Si Hu and Bai Tianming were stunned. They knew that Du Xiaofu was powerful, but they never thought that Du Xiaofu would be so ferocious and terrifying. Boom! After all, the two of them were Xiantian stage cultivators, and their talents weren't weak. In a short moment, they came back to their senses and formed hand seals. Rune ripples spread out from them, and the two of them clenched their teeth and unleashed their strongest attacks towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stomped the ground, and his figure leaped out. He pounced towards the two of them like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. He allowed their attacks to envelop him, and his body flickered with a faint golden glow. Profound energy surged, and he used the most barbaric method to forcefully destroy their attacks. Go! Then, with a shake of his arms, a golden light surged. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu grabbed Si Hu and Bai Tianming's shoulders and lifted them up high. Then, like throwing stones, he ruthlessly threw them into the air. Bang bang! Si Hu and Bai Tianming were heavily thrown out of the arena. Blood gushed out from their wounds and their faces were deathly pale. This kind of result was not what they had expected. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to participate in this competition. Everyone was shocked. How powerful was Du Xiaofu? Si Hu and Bai Tianming were the best of the younger generation in the 5 great families. They were extremely powerful, but now, they were both sent flying by Du Xiaofu at the same time. That kind of terrifying strength and overbearing momentum made everyone's hair stand on end. Du Xiaofu from the Du family is too strong. Some experts sighed. Good boy, he's really strong. Everyone from the Du family was surprised and delighted. The younger generation of the Du family, such as Du Yu and Du Shui, watched Du Xiaofu display his ferocious power in the arena. All of them felt their blood boiling. Even Du Hao, Du Chong, and Du Yen were very excited. Not far away, after Chao Chitai defeated a young man from the Yi family who was second only to Yi Zijin in a valiant way, he didn't make any more moves. He just quietly watched Du Xiaofu. No one dared to make a move against him. Du Xiaofu stood in the middle of the arena. Among the 30 people from the Si family and the Bai family who had besieged him, there were only 3 people left. They were Si Long, Bai Cai, and Bai Mei, whose eyes were trembling. Bai Mei was sandwiched between the 3 people. When she saw Du Xiaofu's ferocious attack, her delicate body trembled violently. The purple-robed young man in front of her was so overbearing and powerful, but he didn't make a move against her. Her heart was pounding. Could it be that he really fell in love with her? Although this guy who was hated by all the big families looked annoying, if one looked carefully, he was extremely lovable. Si Long and Bai Cai looked at each other and seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Buzz! Bai Cai unsheathed her long sword, and the sound of the sword resounded. Bai Cai made her move. Her beautiful figure was like a fairy. Her white wrist danced, and the sword light shot out violently, accompanied by runes. Then, she directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. She has actually reached the nirvana realm of the innate realm. That is the Bai family's surging wave sword technique, a martial technique that is close to the mobile grade. I didn't expect Bai Cai to have successfully cultivated it. As Bai Cai made her move, the faces of the experts from the big families also changed. With Bai Cai's age, she had actually reached the nirvana realm of the innate realm and cultivated the surging wave sword technique. Such talent was extremely rare. In a short breath, Bai Cai's beautiful figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Her toes lightly tapped the void, and she turned half a circle in the air like a refined lotus. She was extremely agile, and the long sword in her hand suddenly pointed at Du Xiaofu. Swish swish. Several illusory sword shadows cut through the air as if they were tearing the space apart. The energy arc spread out, and instantly sealed Du Xiaofu's vital acupoints. Du Xiaofu was slightly startled as he looked at the energy sword shadows that had sealed the vital points of his body. Soon after, a smile appeared in his eyes. Light flickered in his eyes as his hand seals quickly formed. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted. A punch directly smashed towards the numerous sword shadows in front of him. The powerful energy that was suddenly released caused many people to be surprised. Bang bang. A low muffled sound rang out one after another. There were a total of 13 sounds. Waves of shocking energy waves overlapped, and the aura multiplied. When it reached the 13th layer, the aura fiercely fell on the sword shadows like a shock wave. Bang! As the fist fell, countless sword shadows directly burst out. The long sword in Bai Cai's hand was crushed by the violent energy, and it was directly pressed into an extremely shocking arc. It seemed like it was about to break, which made many onlookers in the distance surprised. Many people present had extraordinary vision. Although the long sword in Bai Cai's hand was not at the level of a doctrine spirit weapon, after being infused with Xian Qi, the sword body was able to withstand an extremely huge amount of energy without breaking. However, at this time, under Du Xiaofu's fist, the long sword was directly bent. Bai Cai's cultivation was at the nirvana realm of the innate realm, so it could be seen that Du Xiaofu's fist contained a terrifying amount of power. How can there be 13-layer waves in Hadouken? Did we all cultivate it wrongly? In the seats, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and the other experts of the Du family were also shocked. This was obviously the Hadouken of the Du family, Hadouken 9-layer waves. However, at this time, Du Xiaofu had activated 13-layer waves, which increased the power by many times. Dang dang! Bai Cai's delicate body staggered back. With every step she took, the bluestone floor under her feet would directly crack and turn into fine powder. In the end, a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. However, the long sword in her hand was bent into a dangerous arc because of her delicate body's retreat, but it did not break in the end when the energy faded away. Chapter 72. Profound Silence Flame Wave. Just as Baicayi's delicate body staggered backward, Zhuolong's figure suddenly appeared behind Du Xiaofu like a ghost. His profound qi surged violently, and a wave of energy enveloped Du Xiaofu like a wave. The terrifying energy wave was even stronger than Baicayi's. Innate realm, nirvana realm, almost reaching the complete realm. The experts from the various big families were shocked. Zhuolong's true cultivation level was even stronger than Baicayi's. Innate realm, nirvana realm, almost reaching the complete realm. With such a cultivation level, he was definitely the leader of the same generation among the 5 big families in Stone City. Feeling the energy wave behind him, Du Xiaofu quickly turned around with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Just as the energy wave was nearing him, he made his move. His fist was wrapped in a pale golden light, like a dazzling light ball, and his fist directly smashed onto the energy wave. Boom! The space trembled, and the energy wave was directly shattered by Du Xiaofu's fist, turning into fragments and dissipating in the surrounding air. Zhuolong's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with a gloomy smile on his face. His hand had already condensed the last hand seal, and the profound qi around his body fluctuated. There were faint traces of rune fluctuations, and then the profound qi condensed into an energy spear in front of him. Spear of star breaking. Zhuolong lightly shouted, and the energy spear in his hand pierced towards Du Xiaofu's chest. It was so close, and he did not believe that Du Xiaofu could still resist. This time, he must enter the lightning pool. All these years, his goal was to become the strongest among his peers, and he indeed had the strength to do so. Qi. However, all of this was out of Zhuolong's expectations. Just as Zhuolong's thoughts had yet to fade away, the energy spear condensed in his hand suddenly stopped. It was actually held in Du Xiaofu's hand, and it was unable to move forward. Break! Du Xiaofu roared out in a low voice. His 5 fingers tightly grasped the profound energy spear that was thrusting towards him. As the golden light spread out along with the runes, the profound energy spear fluctuated endlessly. In the end, it was directly destroyed in Du Xiaofu's hands and turned into fragments. Qi! Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out like a ferocious beast. With an unstoppable momentum, he lifted Zhuolong up and threw him out of the circle. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, Zhuolong was heavily thrown out of the circle. Boom! Suddenly, a violent sound rang out from the ground of the square. Gravel flew everywhere, and cracks spread out from the dust that filled the air. Then, Zhuolong appeared before everyone's eyes. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and his face was as pale as ash. Perhaps he had never thought that everything he had thought of had turned into a fantasy. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Du Xiaofu's strength was so strong that he could not be matched. Everything he had was destroyed by Du Xiaofu's tyrannical and unparalleled tyranny. Big brother Xiaofu, well done. In the Du family's lineup, Du Yu, Du Shui, and the other juniors were boiling. The scene in the square made them feel emotional. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, and the other experts of the Du family were dumbfounded, but they were all pleasantly surprised. Only the people of the Zhuo family had unspeakable embarrassment and shock on their faces. Du Xiaofu, well done. Around the square, the tyrannical purple-robed youth caused the onlookers to burst into thunderous cheers. I am not your opponent. Baicayi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes glanced at Du Xiaofu, and then she turned around and left. Du Xiaofu turned his head with a smile, looked at Bai Mei, who was at a loss, and said, Don't worry, I will protect you. Yes. Bai Mei nodded woodenly, and then slowly approached him. That tall and straight figure gave her an irresistible sense of security at this moment. Bang! 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 The battle between the Yi family and the Qin family was still going on. The contestants of the 2 families were constantly defeated, and there were not many people left. Qin Xiaolu and Yi Zijin were locked in a fierce battle. The long sword in Qin Xiaolu's hand was like a spirit snake coming out of its hole. The sword art was constantly changing, and its power was extraordinary. Although she was defeated by Du Xiaofu in one move last time, it did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, she was very strong, at least among her peers. Yi Zijin was also very strong. During this period of time, she seemed to have made a breakthrough again, and had also stepped into the mysterious level of the Xiantian realm. The strange long whip in her hand was like a flying dragon soaring into the sky. It was not inferior to Qin Xiaolu at all, and as time passed, she gradually gained the upper hand. You go and deal with the others. Leave her to me. You can't win against her. Chao Chitai finally moved. Taking advantage of the gap between Qin Xiaolu and Yi Zijin, he came to Qin Xiaolu's side and looked at Yi Zijin with a faint smile on his face. Qin Xiaolu looked at Yi Zijin in front of her, and then looked at Chao Chitai. Her pearly white teeth lightly bit her red lips, and then her beautiful figure turned around and pounced towards the Yi family members who were entangled with the contestants of the Qin family. It had to be said that the overall strength of the younger generation of the Yi family was indeed stronger than their peers of the other major families. They had always occupied an absolute advantage. However, with the addition of Qin Xiaolu, the younger generation of the Yi family was immediately suppressed. Miss Yi, aren't you going to withdraw yourself? You're not my opponent. Chao Chitai's extremely pleasant voice rang out. The smile on his face, coupled with his handsome appearance and his extraordinary strength, made him extremely outstanding in this arena. Go ahead, I want to try. Yi Zijin slightly gritted her teeth, and her expression showed that she was hesitant. Why are you doing this? I really don't want to hurt you. Chao Chitai smiled, and his expression was slightly regretful. I've said it before, I want to try. As her voice rang out, the strange long whip in Yi Zijin's hand instantly swept out, and suddenly shot towards Chao Chitai. Under the amplification of her profound energy, the long whip directly tore through the barrier of air, and arrived in front of Chao Chitai in an instant. Facing Yi Zijin's sudden attack, Chao Chitai's figure did not move. However, just as the long whip was about to block his body, his long robes faintly fluttered, and his body suddenly swayed. Instantly, his figure strangely disappeared. Seeing the figure in front of her suddenly disappear, Yi Zijin's pupils shrank. Without the slightest hesitation, the strange long whip revolved, and immediately lashed behind her. At this moment, an incomparably exquisite palm imprint directly slammed onto the strange long whip, blocking the long whip, and at the same time, shaking it away. There seemed to be a wave of cold energy entwining around the long whip, causing Yi Zijin to almost lose her grip on the long whip. She wrapped her profound energy around the long whip, and in the end, although she tightly held onto the long whip in her hand, the enormous force that penetrated through the whip caused the web between her thumb and index finger to split open, and fresh blood flowed from her delicate palm. Stomp stomp. Yi Zijin's delicate body was also forced back a few steps. Her delicate face was slightly pale, and a trace of seriousness flashed across her eyes. She said, I can't beat you, you win. As her words rang out, Yi Zijin turned around and directly walked in front of Du Xiaofu, who was quietly watching from the side. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly raised. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, several muffled sounds rang out from the side. With the addition of Qin Xiaolu, the remaining younger generation of the Yi family were all defeated. Qin Xiaolu had defeated quite a few of them, and the remaining participants of the Qin family were surrounded and defeated. However, the remaining members of the Qin family were also unable to continue fighting. I was just bullied. I believe that you will help me vent my anger. I'll leave it to you. You must win. Her red lips slightly parted. As her words rang out, Yi Zijin gave Du Xiaofu a flirtatious smile, and her graceful figure walked out of the circle. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu, Qin Xiaolu, Chao Chitai, and the unexpected Bai Mei were left in the entire arena. Chapter 73. Perhaps no one would have thought that with Bai Mei's strength, she would miraculously remain in the field after Bai Cai's defeat and enter the top 4. Looking at Yi Zijin's back, Du Xiaofu turned to look at Bai Mei and said, "There are only 4 left. You can leave now." "Okay, then you be careful." Bai Mei gently nodded. She did not know where her courage came from. She tiptoed and quickly kissed Du Xiaofu's cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, her charming face blushed, and she hurriedly turned and left. Countless people were stunned. This scene was unexpected. Around the square, who knew how many young girls suddenly looked at Bai Mei with murderous eyes. The young men of the Bai family were even more furious. They did not expect that the woman of the Bai family would throw herself into Du Xiaofu's arms. This matter made them lose face. Not only could they not beat the people of the Du family, but now they could not even protect the woman of their own family. This kid is really not bad. He has some tricks up his sleeve. Hee hee. Du Zhixiong smiled, and his smile was extremely proud. He turned to look at his big brother and found that his big brother Du Zhenwu also had a proud smile on his face. Du Xiaofu was also stunned for a moment. Looking at Bai Mei's back, he really wanted to rush up and say, "Girl, you're thinking too much. I'm not protecting you like what you think." However, Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment and did not chase after her. Under the eyes of so many people, it did not seem too good to say that. "Is this my first kiss? He only kissed my face, so it should not be considered a loss." Then, he touched the place where the dragonfly skimmed the surface of the water. He could not lose his first kiss like this. However, he could only forget about it. He had been kissed once, and had learned from his mistakes. He would be more careful in the future. "Let me deal with him," Chao Chitai said to Qin Xiaolu beside him. Qin Xiaolu didn't say anything. Her gaze swept over Du Xiaofu in front of her. She knew that she wasn't a match for Du Xiaofu. The rest of the battle was between Chao Chitai and Du Xiaofu. She nodded to Chao Chitai, sheathed her sword, and stepped out of the circle. The surroundings of the square suddenly became quiet. In the middle of the square, a young man in a long robe and a young man in a purple robe stood in a circle. Next would be the final showdown between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. These 2 people were the highlight of the show. Whether it was the onlookers in the square or the people from the 5 great clans, everyone could see that Chao Chitai and Du Xiaofu were the 2 strongest people in the younger generation of the 5 great clans this time. Moreover, the cultivation of these 2 people was obscure and unfathomable. Therefore, everyone was a little nervous about the upcoming showdown. From the performance of the 2 people just now, it was really hard to guess who would win in the end. This Chao Chitai is very strong. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique he has practiced, but it's actually hard to see through his true cultivation. Du Zhixiong whispered to Du Zhenwu beside him. I'm afraid that it's at least a black-level middle-grade cultivation technique. Otherwise, it's hard to conceal the aura of his cultivation. Du Zhixiong's expression turned slightly serious, and he was also a little nervous. He said softly, I don't know if Xiaofu can withstand it. Don't forget, Xiaofu is the son of the 3rd brother. Du Zhenwu said softly. Yes, that kid is the son of the 3rd brother. How can the son of the 3rd brother lose? Du Zhixiong seemed to suddenly have incomparable confidence, and his slightly serious expression immediately relaxed. Around the square, many people's gazes were tightly fixed on the 2 figures in the circle at this moment. They held their breaths and waiting for the final showdown. Everyone wanted to know the final outcome of this showdown between the younger generation of the 5 great clans. Would Du Xiaofu, who had carried the title of a fool for 10 years, be stronger, or would the son-in-law of the Qin clan win? But no matter what the outcome was, this showdown between the younger generation of the 5 great clans was already exceptionally different. It was definitely the most special one in the past years. I can see that you're very strong. Chao Chitai opened his mouth and looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. Du Xiaofu chuckled and said, "Yes, I also think that I'm very strong. You really have good eyesight." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Chao Chitai was immediately stunned. He could guess that Du Xiaofu would say dozens of replies, but he did not expect Du Xiaofu to reply so confidently. He simply did not know how to continue. "But I don't like you. You hurt my fiancé, so I'll teach you a lesson today." Chao Chitai's expression changed slightly, but returned to normal after a short pause. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately nodded at Chao Chitai with a very understanding gaze. He said regretfully, "I can understand you. Not only am I very strong, but I also beat up your fiancé. It's very difficult for you to like me, but I can only express my regret." Chao Chitai's heart suddenly seemed to be blocked by some kind of anger, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He felt that no matter who he normally faced, whether he liked or disliked, whether it was a woman or a man, whether it was an enemy or a friend, he could always have a common language. However, at this moment, he was completely on a different channel from this kid in front of him. Chao Chitai took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression returned to normal as he stared at Du Xiaofu. There was a sliver of indifference in his expression as he said, "Let's cut the crap. Let me see just how strong you are. I also want to know just how strong you are. I've already beaten up your fiancé. If I beat you up later, I'll feel like I'm being too much of a bully. Why don't you surrender? If you surrender, I won't have to beat you up." Du Xiaofu said weakly. "Do you think you have the strength?" Chao Chitai took another deep breath. He felt that he was becoming increasingly unable to suppress the anger in his heart. "I feel that I'm very strong. I should be stronger than you." Du Xiaofu nodded affirmatively. Then, he looked at Chao Chitai strangely and said, "I heard that you're the son-in-law of the Qin family and can be considered half a member of the Qin family. I've always felt that it was strange. Logically speaking, Qin Xiaolu is your fiancé and should be considered a member of your Chao family. However, how can you be considered half a member of the Qin family? Could it be that you married into the Qin family?" The more Du Xiaofu spoke, the more he felt that he was right. He continuously nodded to himself and said, "I guessed that it must be so. Because you're not as strong as me, you can't find a wife and can only come to our stone city and marry into the Qin family. Du Xiaofu, today I'll make you regret meeting me." Finally, Chao Chitai could no longer suppress the qi that he had been suppressing in his heart. Suddenly, a powerful wave of cold qi swept out and spread out in all directions. "Don't be angry. If you want to marry into the Qin family, then so be it. Our entire stone city won't discriminate against you because you married into the Qin family. We also guarantee that we won't bully you because our stone city's people are very hospitable." "Really?" Du Xiaofu said to Chao Chitai with a very serious expression. "Haha, that's right. Our stone city's people are very hospitable. That's right. Our stone city's people won't discriminate against those who marry into the Qin family." The spectators around the square could no longer hold back their laughter. Du Xiaofu's words undoubtedly connected him with the entire stone city's people. In addition, Chao Chitai was indeed an outsider. At this moment, all the spectators naturally supported Du Xiaofu. Of course, everyone in the Qin family was an exception. Even their expressions became very unnatural. Sigh, it's not easy for Chao Chitai to endure for so long. Yi Baolin looked at the square and sighed. His gaze seemed to be expressing sympathy for Chao Chitai. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already lost it. This brat has such a poisonous tongue. This isn't like our third brother. Du Zhenwu was also very doubtful and said to Du Zhixiong next to him. Du Jixiong had a smile on his face. He laughed and said, "But I like it. No wonder Du Hao and the others aren't a match for him. They are simply not on the same level." Du Hao, Du Chong, and Du Yen were all standing behind Du Jixiong. Hearing this, they immediately became sullen. They were being attacked while lying down. Chapter 74. Bastard. Not only did Chao Chitai explode, but he also went berserk. At this moment, a ferocious aura exploded from his body. A white profound chi surged out from his body and enveloped his entire being like a halo. Boom! An oppressive feeling that was generated from the powerful profound energy within his body spread out, causing the breathing of some of the spectators in the square who were near the circle to become slightly sluggish. Complete innate realm. Chao Chitai is at the complete innate realm. Feeling the oppressive aura around Chao Chitai, the experts from the various families were shocked. Complete innate realm. Chao Chitai had actually reached such a level. Let me see if your strength is as good as your eloquence. Chao Chitai looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. The moment he finished speaking, his figure shot towards Du Xiaofu like an arrow. You don't have to be angry that I said you married into my family. Du Xiaofu moved as well. Almost at the same moment Chao Chitai's figure moved, his body was suddenly covered by a faint golden light and he also charged towards Chao Chitai in the same way. As the two of them made their moves, the tense atmosphere in the square completely exploded. Nirvana realm of the innate realm. Du Xiaofu is at the Nirvana realm of the innate realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu and the rest finally saw through Du Xiaofu's cultivation level from the aura that completely exploded from his body. It was at the Nirvana realm of the innate realm. In a short moment, the two figures in the square were like shock waves. With an indescribable impact, they violently collided with each other in an extremely shocking manner. Boom! The moment they collided, there was a muffled sound like thunder. Two profound chi shot out and the profound chi radiance spread out in a circular arc, circles of ripples spread out. The two separated as soon as they came into contact. With such a collision, Du Xiaofu's figure, who was wrapped in a faint golden halo, suddenly staggered a step back. 3 cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. Thud thud. Chao Chitai, who was wrapped in a halo of profound energy, staggered back a dozen steps. With every step he took back, the stone slabs in the plaza directly turned into fine powder. Finally, he stamped his foot on the ground to stabilize his body. Chao Chitai raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that his cultivation level was higher than Du Xiaofu's by a large margin, and he had also obtained an extraordinary body transformation technique from his sect, but he hadn't expected that he would still suffer a loss in front of this Du Xiaofu. How can he be so strong? Chao Chitai felt as if he had just collided with a terrifying demon beast. Du Xiaofu's body was too powerful. Is this their true strength? They are both very strong. The Bai family's patriarch, Bai Jiru, murmured. Du Xiaofu seems to be slightly stronger. The Nirvana realm of the innate realm and the perfected innate realm are even stronger in terms of physical strength. His body is unbelievably strong. Yi Baolin was shocked. Qi La, after a short pause, just when everyone was in shock, Chao Chitai began his attack again. This time, Chao Chitai didn't choose to fight head-on. Instead, he relied on his speed to appear in front of Du Xiaofu like a ghost. As he condensed his hand seal, a finger was pointed at Du Xiaofu's throat at lightning speed. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was extremely powerful. However, Chao Chitai had once again underestimated Du Xiaofu's speed. The moment he pointed his finger, Du Xiaofu's figure had already dodged. Qi. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again, a fist mark shattered the air, and a sharp sound of wind breaking was heard. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chao Chitai's finger. Bang! When the two collided, small circles of energy ripples spread out from the point of contact. Hula, following which, the two figures flickered again and continued to exchange blows. Every time the two of them made contact, they would immediately separate. Every time they made a slight contact, they would immediately dodge. The two of them were still getting faster and faster. Around the plaza, many people looked at the two flashing figures in amazement. With their eyesight, most of them could only see a faint golden light and a white light constantly flashing and sputtering. The blurry afterimages continued to drag out long traces. Everyone's gaze was completely attracted to the two blurry afterimages in the middle of the plaza. The entire plaza began to become silent for no reason, except for the low muffled sounds caused by the two afterimages colliding. Bang! The two of them once again made contact, and at this moment, the corner of Chao Chitai's mouth lifted into a sneer. Several hand seals condensed in his hand, and in the end, the trajectory suddenly changed. Vast and mighty profound energy poured into it, and then it turned into a palm that seemed to be swaying left and right. Piercing flower sealing palm. Chao Chitai lightly shouted. The palm seemed to be swaying left and right, but it continuously sealed the space in front of Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura spread out like a storm. What a powerful martial skill. I'm afraid it's at the peak of the complete Xiantian realm. It's close to the mobile grade martial skill. Chao Chitai's aura is also much stronger. It seems like he's at the peak of the complete Xiantian realm. As expected of the son of the Flowing Cloud County's princess. Extraordinary. Following the activation of Chao Chitai's palm, many experts with sharp eyesight could not help but break out in cold sweat for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Chao Chitai was clearly going to use all his strength to deal with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu also clearly felt the extraordinariness of the palm print. As the palm prints condensed one after another, waves of profound qi rushed through the meridians in his body, and finally gathered in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body suddenly became terrifying. With his body as the center, a terrifying airwave kept fluctuating. The surrounding square seemed to be filled with endless energy of heaven and earth. It was pouring into Du Xiaofu's body endlessly, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate like a boiling water surface. There were even light talismans surging in his body, and a terrifying aura exploded. It seems like he's channeling his martial veins. It's a mobile-grade martial skill. This looks like the Stormy Waves palm of the Du family. Isn't it a Nirvana realm martial skill? How can it be so powerful? Looking at Du Xiaofu's attack, the terrifying aura once again attracted countless surprised gazes. How can the Stormy Waves palm be so powerful? It seems to be different from the one practiced by the family. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, and the other experts of the Du family were shocked and they saw Du Xiaofu performing the Stormy Waves palm. It was obviously the Stormy Waves palm of the Du family, but its power was much stronger than the one practiced by the people in the family. Stormy Waves palm. Just as the former's palm landed, Du Xiaofu also successfully condensed the Stormy Waves palm in his hand. As the two palm seals were pushed out, the two palm seals suddenly collided. A muffled thunder-like sound was instantly heard. In an instant, waves of strong wind and energy waves spread out continuously like stormy waves. Rumble. The space was trembling, and the square was shaking. The bluestone ground was swept away, and countless dust and gravel were shot out. The two figures were almost simultaneously pushed back along with the dust and gravel that were shot out. Thump. Thump. Du Xiaofu was pushed back 6 steps, and 6-inch deep footprints appeared wherever he passed. When he stabilized his body at the last step, his face was slightly pale. Chao Chitai was pushed back 13 steps, and the stone ground that he passed turned into dust. When he finally stabilized his body, his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Pfft. At the same time, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Chao Chitai's mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept that he couldn't do anything to someone whose cultivation was much lower than his. Chapter 75. He's too abnormal. The Xiantian Nirvana realm is actually suppressing the peak of the Xiantian realm. Du Xiaofu is too strong. The experts from the various great clans were also shocked. Everyone could see that Chao Chitai had suffered a great loss when the two of them went all out. Du Xiaofu had the absolute upper hand. Everyone from the Qin clan looked pale and ugly. They could not accept such an outcome. Has Chao Chitai lost? Everyone's gaze fell on Chao Chitai. After suffering such a great loss, would Chao Chitai still want to fight? If he continued to fight, he would probably be at a greater disadvantage. I've already said that I'm very strong. Looking at Chao Chitai, Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face. However, he was also rather emotional. This Chao Chitai was really strong. He had used his full strength just now, but he still only had the upper hand and suppressed Chao Chitai. For some reason, Du Xiaofu felt that Chao Chitai seemed to be suppressing something. At this moment, his heart did not completely relax. Suddenly, Chao Chitai's pale face regained its color. He smiled at Du Xiaofu. His smile was somewhat sinister, causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. Around the square, as Chao Chitai's pale face regained its color, it also attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, many gazes were filled with surprise, and whispers were also heard. Brat, you're really strong. However, do you really think that you can defeat me? Looking at Du Xiaofu, Chao Chitai's voice also became much colder. He said coldly, to be able to make me display my true strength, you are indeed worthy of being looked at in a different light. Unfortunately, you will still be defeated by me today. As his voice fell, the aura around Chao Chitai began to rise again, continuously rising. A terrifying aura swept out, causing sand and stones to fly in the center of the messy square like a storm. As Chao Chitai's rising aura, there was also a dark and cold aura, causing people to feel as if they had fallen into an icy space. When the rising aura around Chao Chitai's body stabilized, runes began to spread around his body. His aura was soul-stirring. Initial pulse step. Chao Chitai's true cultivation is at initial pulse step. Heavens, he's actually at the initial pulse step. He's too strong. Many gazes around the square were shocked. Many experts from the various great clans were shocked. They were completely shocked. Chao Chitai was able to reach the pulsation realm at his age. Such talent was absolutely terrifying. Only the members of the Qin clan, who were originally gloomy, suddenly became excited. They did not expect that Chao Chitai had been hiding his cultivation base all this time. Initial pulse realm was his true cultivation base. Everyone knew that in martial cultivation, stepping into the Xiantian realm from the Hotian realm could be considered as truly stepping into the realm of martial artists. And at the pulsating level, it was another watershed. There was a difference between the pulsating pulse realm and the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm was to open the divine gate and condense profound qi. And at the pulsating realm, one had already opened their martial veins and was able to use the power of their martial veins. Martial veins were the most important to a martial artist's cultivation. The importance of martial veins to a martial artist would be completely revealed at the pulsating realm. Not good, this Chao Chitai hid his strength too deeply. At the pulsating realm, Xiaofu is in danger. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, and the other Du family experts' faces suddenly changed. How could they not know that even the peak of the Xiantian realm was an insurmountable mountain when compared to initial pulse realm? Not to mention that Du Xiaofu was only at the Xiantian realm's nirvana realm. Humph, Du Xiaofu, just you wait to be trampled. Qi Hu, by Tianming, and the others sneered with gloomy faces. Originally, they were unhappy when they saw Du Xiaofu suppressing Chao Chitai. Now that they saw that Chao Chitai was actually at the pulsating realm, they could not wait to see Du Xiaofu being trampled. Pulsating realm, he has actually reached the pulsating realm. Qi Long's expression was a little sluggish. He originally thought that if there was no Du Xiaofu, he would definitely be able to become the champion this time. However, now that he saw Chao Chitai's true cultivation, Qi Long knew that if there was no Du Xiaofu, he would probably not be able to become the champion this time. Qi Long was unable to accept the repeated blows. He could not accept that he, who had been outstanding since he was young, was now stronger than everyone else. When his cultivation was completely revealed, Chao Chitai slowly raised his head and stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy gaze. The corner of his mouth sneered. As his hand seals changed, waves of cold profound qi began to fluctuate and mysterious runes began to spread around his body. The runes shrouded Du Xiaofu's entire body. The dazzling runes' radiance lingered around his body like specks of light. The energy fluctuations also became more and more vigorous. An ice-cold aura locked onto Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows without leaving a trace as he was locked on by a cold and vigorous aura. As the person involved, he could clearly feel that the former was different from before. The current aura and energy ripples were many times stronger than before. Walala. In the short time it took for him to catch his breath, glowing runes started to spread all over Chao Chitai's exposed skin. It was as if something was stirring inside his body. When the last hand seal was formed, the runes around Chao Chitai's body burst out along with the vigorous profound qi. Under the strange fluctuations, the runes rapidly condensed into the illusory image of a snow-white giant eagle. The giant white eagle wrapped around Chao Chitai's body. The illusory image flickered on the surface of his body as if it was alive. It was sharp and cold, just like Chao Chitai's eyes. At this moment it was as if Chao Chitai and the giant white eagle's illusory image had merged together. A cold profound qi fluctuation spread out, causing the surrounding space to suddenly fall into an ice cave. That terrifying aura shook one's soul. A snow demon eagle. I didn't expect Chao Chitai's pulse spirit to be a snow demon eagle. This is a famous demonic beast on the Earth Beast ranking. Obtaining such a demonic beast to become a pulse spirit is not an easy task. It really makes one envious. If one doesn't have a faction behind them, wanting to capture a snow demon eagle to become a pulse spirit is simply a fantasy for a pulsating realm practitioner. Activating the martial veins and then activating the pulse spirit is the strongest attack of a pulsating realm practitioner. Chao Chitai is going to use underhanded means against Du Xiaofu. Not necessarily. Chao Chitai has just reached the pulsating realm. I'm afraid he has just cultivated the pulse spirit. Right now, he can only activate the pulse spirit. Following Chao Chitai's transformation, an uproar was emitted from the 5 great clans and the surroundings of the square. Quite a number of sharp-eyed individuals immediately saw how extraordinary it was. The ice snow demon eagle vein spirit was enough to cause the experts from the 5 great clans to be endlessly envious. Brat, it's all over. You are no longer my match. We are ultimately not on the same level. The corners of Chao Chitai's mouth curled into a sinister smile. At this moment, his voice was extremely hoarse due to the cold profound qi around him. When his voice rang out, it was like a sword slicing through glass, causing a piercing pain to one's eardrums. Creak. Just as Chao Chitai's voice fell, under the gazes of countless people in the plaza, the illusory snow demon eagle's illusory image flapped its wings and rose into the air. A hurricane-like cold ice energy swept out. Chao Chitai's body seemed to have merged with the snow demon eagle's illusory image. Rune light flashed densely, bringing along a heart-shaking energy as it ruthlessly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 76. Whoosh! Wherever the ice snow demon eagle's shadow flapped its wings, sand and pebbles would fly, and ice would penetrate the bones. Everything was destroyed. The terrifying energy fluctuation was enough to make a peak Xiantian realm expert lose the ability to resist. The pulsating realm and the Xiantian realm were two completely different realms that could not be crossed. He's really strong. Channeling martial veins. Is this the pulsating realm? Du Xiaofu moved. As the ice snow demon eagle's shadow pounced over, his eyes that were fixed on the ice snow demon eagle's shadow suddenly shrank. A faint golden light flashed under his feet, and as this faint golden light flashed, his entire body was wrapped in a faint golden light. Boom! Countless gazes trembled as the ice snow demon eagle's shadow directly slammed into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Chao Chitai's hands seemed to have merged with the ice snow demon eagle's sharp claws. His hands were like sharp claws that pierced through the faint golden light around Du Xiaofu's body and grabbed onto Du Xiaofu's shoulders, as if he wanted to viciously tear Du Xiaofu's body to shreds. Ka. In a short instant, the ground around Du Xiaofu shattered into pieces. Dust and gravel shot out, and cracks spread out on the ground. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu is, he's finally going to lose. Chao Chitai is in the pulsating realm. He's too strong. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they sighed. They once again broke out in a cold sweat for Du Xiaofu. The result had already appeared in everyone's hearts. No matter how strong a Xiantian realm expert was, how could he contend against a pulsating realm expert? Especially one who possessed the ice snow demon eagle's vain spirit. At this moment, the ground beneath Du Xiaofu's feet cracked, and gravel flew into the air. The golden light around Du Xiaofu's body suddenly erupted, and mysterious talisman markings appeared on his skin. A tyrannical and fierce aura instantly gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the space. He was like the king of demon beasts sweeping across the sky, and his aura caused others to feel suffocated. At this moment, for some reason, the sharp eyes of the ice snow demon eagle around Chao Chitai instantly revealed a look of fear, as if it had felt the most fearful aura. Even Chao Chitai's gaze suddenly changed. The former's hands grabbed Du Xiaofu's shoulders. Aside from tearing 5 tears in his purple robe, when his hands landed on Du Xiaofu's skin, it was as if he had landed on the toughest steel plate. He could not move an inch further. A strong sense of fear immediately climbed up his heart. Chi! Du Xiaofu waved his right hand. Runes surged and golden light sparkled like a large golden wing. Accompanied by a storm-like energy, it was instantly swatted out, directly swatting the illusory figure of the snow demon eagle. Hulala! Within the golden talisman, there was an endless amount of powerful energy that poured out and blasted the talisman into pieces. It was unstoppable and overbearing. Not good. Chao Chitai's face suddenly turned deathly pale as he hurriedly retreated. However, just as Chao Chitai was about to retreat, Du Xiaofu lightly stomped his foot and once again appeared in front of the former with lightning speed. Looking at the face that had already revealed fear in front of him, Du Xiaofu grinned. With a tyrannical and fierce aura, his 5 fingers directly grabbed onto Chao Chitai's chest, and his body suddenly stopped. Chi! Immediately after, Du Xiaofu leaped, his entire body rising a few meters from the ground. His body rotated in mid-air, borrowing the force of his body's leap, he directly lifted Chao Chitai into the air. Then, like a goshawk pouncing on its prey, he swooped down from the air and fiercely smashed Chao Chitai onto the ground. All of this was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. It was as if a meteorite had struck the ground. The visual impact was incomparable and extremely overbearing. Boom! The muffled sound was like thunder as the ground trembled. The gazes of the crowd were stunned as they watched Chao Chitai's body fall like a sandbag, causing large cracks to appear on the hard ground of the plaza. Oscillating fist. After smashing Chao Chitai into the ground, Du Xiaofu did not stop. He waved his fist and a fist directly landed. Looking at the fist that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Chao Chitai's heart sank more and more. That blurry purple-robed figure caused fear to seep out from his bones. Finally, a trace of shock and fear appeared on his face. Bang! 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 One punch, 13 sounds. As the fist landed, the sound of many ribs breaking could be heard. Then, the surrounding ground began to crack. Pucci, Chao Chitai spat out a bloody mist from his mouth. His body was directly smashed into the ground by the impact. Countless gravel and powder shot out from the dust around him. Silence. The plaza was deathly silent. The scene that had just happened made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. The experts from the various large families were dumbstruck. They could not believe what they had seen with their own eyes. Young princess. How dare you be so ruthless? You're courting death. In the short silence, two loud shouts sounded out almost at the same time. Among the Qin family's lineup, there were two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, who were not from the Qin family. They pounced towards Du Xiaofu at the same time. Profound energy violently surged out, and a terrifying aura caused the space to tremble. Compared to Chao Chitai, the cultivation of these two people was much stronger. Who dares to touch a member of my Du family? You're the one who's courting death by touching my nephew. Two loud shouts sounded out at the same time. Just as the two middle-aged men pounced towards Du Xiaofu, Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong also rushed out at the same time. Their powerful auras surged, and two attacks directly pounced towards the backs of the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, felt the terrifying aura behind them. They had no choice but to immediately turn around. Their attacks, which were originally aimed at Du Xiaofu, had no choice but to collide with Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong. Bang bang! Sonic booms resounded as the four figures collided. Profound energy shot out violently, and a strong wind whistled. A large area of energy ripples spread out. Chi la la, the four figures were all forced back. Du Zhenwu and the tall middle-aged man exchanged blows, and each of them retreated 5 steps. It seemed that they were evenly matched. The short middle-aged man and Du Zhixiong exchanged blows, and each of them retreated 5 steps. However, the short middle-aged man's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, and a trace of blood dripped down from his fingertips. His fist was a little painful from the rebound force of Du Zhixiong's punch. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss from Du Zhixiong. Xiaofu, are you all right? Du Zhenwu immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side. Uncle, I'm fine. Du Xiaofu shook his head, and his expression changed slightly. Then, before the two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, could react, he sank into the ground and lifted the almost unconscious Chao Chitai in his hands. Boy, what are you trying to do? The two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, suddenly changed their expressions. If something happened to the young princess, they would be finished. Du Xiaofu's expression became gloomy. He looked at the two middle-aged men and said, "You just attacked me, and you still have the nerve to ask me what I'm trying to do. Boy, if you dare to touch a hair of the young princess, you will die without a burial place." The tall middle-aged man shouted angrily. He did not expect that a junior would dare to threaten him. Monday, looking for recommendation tickets and coffee. It will be on the shelves on the 16th. There will be a big explosion. There are still 2 days. Brothers, please bear with it. After it is on the shelves, Xiao Yu will work hard to update. Brothers and sisters, please leave some flowers for Xiao Yu. Chapter 77. Let's see who will die first, Chao Chitai or me. If you annoy me, I'll kill Chao Chitai first. As for me, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me. Du Xiaofu looked straight at them without flinching. His eyes became gloomier and gloomier. Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that with his eldest and second uncles around, these two fellows would not be able to kill him. Moreover, Du Xiaofu also had a trump card. He could summon the king-scaled demonic tiger immediately. Judging from the two men's moves, they would not be able to defeat the king-scaled demonic tiger. "Boy, how dare you!" The tall middle-aged man roared, but he looked a little scared. Judging from Du Xiaofu's moves, he was really afraid that Du Xiaofu would do that. "I hate people who don't believe me." A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Under the fearful gaze of the tall middle-aged man, Du Xiaofu once again threw the pitiful Chao Chi-tai to the ground, causing blood to continuously flow from the corner of Chao Chi-tai's mouth. Bang! At this moment, the tall middle-aged man's heart was broken. He was furious and roared, "Boy, you!" At this moment, everyone from the Qin family felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Du Xiaofu's actions clearly showed that he did not put the Du family in his eyes at all. The one who fell was Chao Chi-tai. However, Chao Chi-tai was the son-in-law of the Qin family. This was equivalent to throwing the Qin family's face. "What? Do you want to bet on whether I dare or not?" Du Xiaofu interrupted the tall middle-aged man's words. Once again, he lifted Chao Chi-tai, who had fainted from the fall, in his hand and acted as if he was going to throw a rubber ball. "Stop, I believe you. Stop." The tall middle-aged man collapsed. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to be so ruthless at such a young age. His methods were so fierce that the young princess could not bear to be thrown again. A satisfied smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He looked at the two of them and said, "Why did you attack me? Are you bullying me with your strength, or are you bullying me with your numbers?" The two men's faces twitched. The short middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "We saw that the young princess was injured and we were just anxious. Since the young princess has already lost, please let go of our young princess." "I can't let him go." "What if you want to deal with me after I let him go? You bully the weak, bully the young, and bully the few with your numbers. I'm not your match." Du Xiaofu smiled and said with an unrelenting momentum, "We promise we won't do it again." The tall middle-aged man's tone had completely softened. At present, they couldn't do anything to Du Junwu and Du Zhixiong of the Du family. Moreover, the young commandery princess had fainted in Du Xiaofu's hands. They had to treat her immediately and couldn't afford any delay. "Not only did you destroy the competition between the young generation of the 5 families in the Stone City, but you also bullied the weak and attacked me. Clearly, you don't put the Stone City in your eyes. Do you think there is no one in the Stone City?" Du Xiaofu looked at the two indifferently, but his voice became fierce. He said, "You don't have to promise me. You have to promise the Stone City's castellan." As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, no one saw the helpless smile in Yi Baolin's eyes. That abnormal Du Xiaofu was clearly pushing the blame of Chao Chi-tai's injury to the entire Stone City and the castellan. Hearing this, the tall middle-aged man's face twitched again. He immediately turned to look at Yi Baolin and said, "Castellan Yi, we temporarily saved someone. Please forgive us. Our young princess is in urgent need of treatment. If there is anything else, can we talk about it later? You are guests, but your actions just now were a little too much. Do you really think there is no one in the Stone City?" Yi Baolin stood up. His indifferent eyes had a little more fierceness. He looked at the tall and short middle-aged man and said, "Fortunately, nothing happened that no one wanted to see. Let's forget about this matter." "Nothing happened that no one wanted to see." The tall and short middle-aged man cursed in their hearts. Their young commandery princess had been seriously injured. They secretly thought that this was what everyone wanted to see. After Yi Baolin finished speaking, he looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes suddenly became gentle and said, "Xiaofu, they are guests from afar. As the castellan Yi, we should be more magnanimous. We will listen to the castellan." Du Xiaofu smiled. Since he had achieved his goal, he threw the unconscious Chao Chi-tai to the tall middle-aged man. Du Xiaofu did not really want to kill Chao Chi-tai. Chao Chi-tai was the son of the Flowing Cloud Commandery Princess. If he really died, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Du clan could not afford to offend the entire Flowing Cloud Commandery. At that time, even the king's scaled demonic tiger would not be enough. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried. Even if the Chao family hated him, they could only suffer in silence this time. In any case, the Yi family was still around and wouldn't bring too much trouble to the Du family. The Yi clan had been dragging him down. At this time, he naturally had to drag the Yi clan down with him. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Regret is bound to come. After receiving Chao Chitai, the tall middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the surrounding people and then turned around to leave. Behind the Qin clan, a few young men who were not from the Qin clan immediately walked out. They did not pay any attention to the Qin clan and finally disappeared from the square. Qin Xiaolu returned to the Qin clan's lineup. She stared at the square with a somewhat lifeless expression. We won. Brother Xiaofu won. As the people from the Flowing Cloud Commandery left the square, a group of the younger generation in the Du clan's lineup erupted into excited cheers. Brother Xiaofu, good job. Our Du clan finally won. Each of the younger generation of the Du clan, Du Shui and the rest were unable to contain their excitement. In the end, many of the Du clan's youths directly rushed to the square. Without any explanation, they lifted Du Xiaofu up and directly threw him into the air. We won. Du Hao, Du Chong, Du Yan and the rest were so excited that they clenched their fists. At this moment, they were all happy for the Du clan. The Du clan's incomparably domineering attitude made their blood boil. As a member of the Du clan, at this moment, they felt even more proud. Boom! Du Xiaofu, good job! Good job! Astonishing cheers also erupted from the spectators around the square. Everyone was cheering for Duanling Tian. That purple-robed youth, in this competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans, had shocked everyone time and time again with his most domineering attitude. Especially the last exciting battle, the last exciting counterattack, which caused the spectators' hearts to surge with emotion, unable to calm down for a long time. In the thunderous cheers and shouts all around the square, there were many bold young girls who loudly shouted Du Xiaofu's name. Some of them were even bolder and directly expressed their love for him. Those young men were also subdued. That incomparably domineering attitude swept through everything, there was no man who did not yearn for it. The Du clan has really hidden themselves well. Many experts from the various great clans sighed. Who would still believe that Du Xiaofu was the foolish young master from 10 years ago? This was definitely a smoke bomb that the Du clan had purposely fabricated to confuse others. At dusk, the Du clan was in an uproar. It was brightly lit and only lacked decorations. Following Du Xiaofu's domineering victory in the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans, he defeated someone with the cultivation of initial pulse step with his innate realm nirvana realm cultivation base. How shocking was it to surpass a realm and defeat an opponent? Regardless of whether it was those who liked Du Xiaofu or those who disliked Du Xiaofu, they were all happy at this moment. As a member of the Du clan, as a disciple of the Du clan, they were all proud. Chapter 78. Xiaofu, it was all Auntie's fault. You have to forgive Auntie. Xiaofu, quickly take a seat. I have a few healing pills here that will help you recover your Xian Qi. Quickly take them. In the Du family's hall, those gossipy women who had made things difficult for Du Xiaofu in the past were now standing beside Du Xiaofu with flushed faces, smiling awkwardly. You are all my elders. I have long forgotten what happened in the past. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Du Xiaofu knew that these gossipy women were not bad people. They were just overly protective of their children, just like how his eldest uncle and second uncle would protect him. Therefore, Du Xiaofu naturally would not be so stingy. After all, he would not suffer any losses. A bunch of bastards, come over here. A loud shout resounded through the hall. An old man pulled Du Hao to Du Xiaofu's side. Behind Du Hao, there were Du Yan and the others who usually hung out with Du Hao, Du Yan, Du Gui, and the others. However, there was no doubt that they had been taught a lesson by Du Xiaofu. Great Elder. When the old man appeared, everyone in the Du family immediately saluted. Du Guanyao, the great elder of the Du family, had an extremely high status in the Du family. He was also one of the elders of the Du family. His status was not much lower than the patriarchs. Great Elder. Du Xiaofu knew the Great Elder. However, since young, he had the impression that the Great Elder was not very talkative. Today, the Great Elder was also present in the square. Xiaofu, I have brought this group of bastards here. Let them apologize to you properly. The Great Elder looked at Du Xiaofu with a very gentle expression. Then, he turned around and glared at Du Hao and the others behind him. However, his temper was extremely bad. He said, a bunch of bastards, you used to bully Xiaofu. If it was not for Xiaofu, I am afraid that many of your bones would have been broken. This time, if it was not for Xiaofu, how could our Du family win the championship? Could it be that we relied on you guys? Qin family, Bai family, Yi family, and Jian family, which one of them is not better than you? Du Hao, Du Gui, Du Yan and the others were reprimanded by the Great Elder. Great Elder, they are still children, let's forget about it. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong and the others had all come up. Du Hao was the grandson of the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder had personally come to express his attitude, the meaning was different. If we don't beat these bastards up, I am afraid that our future in this life will be ruined. How can we strengthen and prosper our Du family? The Great Elder did not give Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong too much face. He angrily pulled Du Hao's ear and directly pulled him in front of Du Xiaofu. He said, hurry up and apologize to your cousin Xiaofu. In the future, let your cousin Xiaofu properly guide you bunch of good-for-nothings. Perhaps in the future, he will be able to contribute a little to strengthen our Du family. Cousin Xiaofu, we were wrong in the past, please forgive us, cousin Xiaofu. Du Hao, Du Gui and Du Yan did not dare to disobey. They all lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. I have already forgotten about those things. We are all disciples of the Du family. There is no need to be like this. Du Xiaofu was not a petty person. He nodded at Du Hao and the others. After all, they were all disciples of the Du family. That's right. Behave yourselves in the future. The Great Elder let Du Hao go. A smile appeared on his aged face. He then said to Du Xiaofu, Xiaofu, these good-for-nothing cousins of yours are not as good as you. You don't need to bicker with these good-for-nothings. In the future, find some time to guide them. Don't let them go out and embarrass the Du family. The Great Elder is not old. His mind is clearer than anyone else. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong and the others sighed inwardly. They were all secretly admiring the Great Elder. It seemed that the Great Elder was favoring them and even fawning over Du Xiaofu. But in fact it was for Du Hao and the others. Of course, this was also for the entire Du family. The Great Elder is too serious. Du Xiaofu nodded. How could Du Xiaofu not see through the Great Elder's thoughts? He also admired and respected the Great Elder in his heart. Good boy, Ting Xian has a good son. Our Du family is fortunate. The Great Elder nodded. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Then, he left the hall under the escort of the crowd. At dusk, the sun slowly penetrated the thin layer of clouds and turned into a red ball. The red cloud spread in all directions and covered half the sky. Layer by layer, they gradually faded until the sky became grayish-white. Du Xiaofu returned to the courtyard. It was rare for his drunkard father to stay at home. However, he still hugged the wine jug and gently leaned on the rattan chair, looking at the setting sun. Why is the wine jug I bought for you useless? Du Xiaofu walked to his drunkard father's side and sat down on the rattan chair. He also looked at the setting sun. After using it for a long time, I developed feelings for it. I can't bear to throw it away. Du Tingxian didn't say a word. He opened the wine jug stopper and took a big sip of wine. Du Xiaofu continued to look at the setting sun. After a moment, he softly said, "Today, in the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great families, I won." Du Tingxian didn't say anything. The father and son just sat there quietly, but it looked very warm. "Have a drink." After a moment of silence, Du Tingxian handed the wine jug in his hand to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu took the wine jug and drank a big mouthful. A burning feeling passed through his throat, and then a breath of wine came out. After a burp, he returned the wine jug to his drunkard father. "Stone Castle is too small." Du Xiaoting took the wine jug and continued to lean on the rattan chair. "If there is a chance, I will go outside and take a look," Du Xiaofu said. "It's too big outside," Du Tingxian said again. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything, and neither did Du Tingxian. The father and son quietly sat like this for a long time. It wasn't until night completely covered the sky that Du Xiaofu returned to his room. Stone Castle was bustling with noise in the night. "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." At home, Chuolong's eyes were lost and his expression was gloomy. He couldn't accept today's result. That Du Xiaofu and Chao Chitai are both very strong. Their talents are terrifying, especially that Du Xiaofu. He is too abnormal. Chuolong's expression was gloomy. Chang Qingsong sat upright with a gloomy expression on his face. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Chuolong and said, "Chuolong, focus on healing your injuries. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. We still have a chance, a great chance. What's the point of cultivating in the lightning pool? Obtaining the mysterious bones and blood essence left behind by that existence is the most important thing. As long as you can obtain them, it will be enough to trample Du Xiaofu and Chao Chitai under your feet. Even among your peers in the entire empire, it will be enough for you to contend for supremacy. Yes, I still have a chance. Compared to the mysterious bones and essence blood left behind by that existence, the lightning pool is nothing. Let that Du Xiaofu test the waters first. As long as I can obtain the mysterious bones and essence blood of the lightning lion, I will be able to change my situation. In the future, no one will be able to compete with me." Chuolong's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. In the courtyard, the night was enchanting. "I didn't think that Du Xiaofu would be so strong. Unbelievable." Qin Zongqiong stood with his hands behind his back. His expression wasn't very good. "Father, what should we do now?" Qin Xiaolu's delicate face was somewhat pale. She seemed to have lost all color. Qin Zongqiong paced back and forth, then said, "Wait. The Chua clan and the Bai clan are waiting. We will also wait. Wait for them to make a move. Wait for the Yi clan to make a move. We will also wait for the Chao clan to make a move. The Chao clan won't give up so easily. Brothers, tomorrow will be the day of the auction. As usual, there will be a great explosion tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, please support us tomorrow." Chapter 79. Third Master, this is bad. In Stone City, in a majestic building, a shrewd man ran into a side hall. In the hall, an old man who was over 50 years old sat with an enchanting woman in his arms. He lowered his head and rubbed against the woman's bosom. As the man ran in, his face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Huang San, if you can't give me a reason to disturb me at this time, then prepare to receive your punishment." "Third Master, we just found a betting slip, a 33,000 cultivation coins bet slip," Huang San said to the old man in a panic. His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the enchanting woman in the old man's arms. His gaze was burning with anger, but under the old man's scolding, his body trembled and he immediately retracted his gaze. What's wrong with a 33,000 cultivation coins bet slip? It's not a big deal. The old man said gloomily. Third master, the bet slip is on the buy families by May, 33,000 cultivation coins, all of our profits this time is not enough to pay for it. Huang San's face immediately became mournful. Who would have thought that the buy families by May would actually enter the top 4 with their strength, and they even received a bet slip that was in the tens of thousands. Thinking about the buy families by May's odds, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Hearing Huang San's words, the old man's complexion suddenly changed. He stood up and almost threw the enchanting woman who was sitting on his lap to the ground. He anxiously said, "Have you found out who placed the bet? Quickly find out for me." "I have already found out, I personally accepted the bet. Because it's on the buy families by May, I remember it very clearly. It's a person wearing a cloak and I can't see his face clearly. But from his voice, he shouldn't be too old, he should be very young." Huang San said with certainty. "A very young voice, wearing a cloak, has he come to exchange now?" The old man asked gloomily, a cold light flashed across his eyes, no one knew what he was thinking. "He hasn't come to exchange yet, we also just found out about the betting slip." Huang San replied. "He hasn't come to exchange yet, then he shouldn't be someone from Stone City. Then don't blame us for being impolite." The old man raised his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Huang San. He made a throat-slitting gesture and said, "You should know what to do. When that person comes to exchange, we will, third master, I know what to do. I'll deal with it cleanly and leave no loose ends." It seemed that this was not the first time Huang San had done something like this. After nodding his head, he glanced at the enchanting woman again before reluctantly leaving the side hall. The next morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone, awakening the vitality of the earth. "Who?" Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth. He sat cross-legged and stretched his body. His joints crackled as if they contained endless energy. "I'm going to the Yi clan's lightning pool to cultivate tomorrow. I'm going to collect my debts today." Du Xiaofu stood up with a smile on his face. After washing up, he left the Du family. Bao Lai Enterprise was a rather famous enterprise within Stone City. It was also a place where the younger generation of the 5 great clans competed. The morning sun slowly rose in the sky above Stone City. A figure in a purple robe with a cloak covering his face appeared outside the Bao Lai Enterprise. He raised his head and looked at the signboard of the Bao Lai Enterprise. Then, he stepped into the Bao Lai Enterprise. As this person entered the Bao Lai Enterprise, many eyes began to flicker. "Exchange betting slip." The purple-robed figure placed a betting slip on the counter and said to a shrewd middle-aged man standing behind the counter. Receiving the betting slip from the counter, Huang San's eyes flashed without leaving a trace. Then, he took the betting slip and said, "Congratulations, sir. The odds of this betting slip are extremely high. Please follow me to the inner courtyard to exchange." "Okay." The purple-robed figure nodded and followed Huang San to the inner courtyard. "Quick, close the door." As the purple-robed figure entered the inner courtyard, several figures rushed out from the Bao Lai Enterprise and closed the door. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. "Sir, you're not from Stone City, are you?" In the inner courtyard, which was not too narrow, Huang San suddenly turned his head and asked the purple-robed figure with a smile. "This has nothing to do with me exchanging the betting slip. I bet a total of 33,000 cultivation coins. By May from the Bai clan entered the top 4. According to the odds, it should be 160 times, so the total is 5.28 million cultivation coins. Hurry up and exchange it for me, I still have things to do." The purple-robed figure's expression could not be seen under the cloak, but his voice sounded very young. Hearing such a huge number, Huang San's face could not help but twitch. Who would have thought that Bai Mei from the Bai clan would be able to enter the top 4 with her cultivation level? This was simply unbelievable. It was said that Bai Mei had a close relationship with Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. Under Du Xiaofu's protection, Bai Mei was able to enter the top 4. Thinking of this, Huang San could not wait to destroy Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. If it were not for Du Xiaofu, the Bao Lai enterprise would not have suffered such heavy losses. However, Huang San was very clear about his own strength. Not to mention that he could not do anything to Du Xiaofu. Moreover, Du Xiaofu was from the Du clan. The Bao Lai enterprise could not afford to offend the Du clan. Even the Heavenly Spirit hunting group behind the Bao Lai enterprise could not afford to offend them. What betting slip? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Huang San's expression returned to normal. His eyes revealed a cold smile. He could not do anything to Du Xiaofu, but he was not afraid of the person in front of him. This was not the first time he had done something like this. Back when he was in the Heavenly Spirit hunting group, many people and monsters had died in his hands. The purple-robed figure under the cloak raised his head. From the cloak, Huang San could feel 2 sharp and intimidating gazes. Do you mean that you don't want to exchange? I'll give you one last chance. Don't let yourself regret it. The voice under the cloak was much colder. Haha, regret. In this stone city, other than the 5 great clans, who else would we be afraid of? Huang San laughed loudly. In the stone city, other than the 5 great clans, who else would they be afraid of? Moreover, even if it was the 5 great clans, they still had a backer. Otherwise, how could the Bao Lai enterprise establish themselves in the stone city controlled by the 5 great clans? His laughter ceased. The coldness in Huang San's eyes was not concealed. He waved his hand and said, "Attack." Swoosh swoosh. As Huang San's voice faded, no less than 20 figures suddenly jumped out from various corners of the courtyard. Each of their eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, they surrounded the purple-robed figure in a fan shape. Chapter 80. Brat, remember to be smarter in your next life. You shouldn't be so greedy. My Bao Lai Enterprise's money isn't that easy to take. Huang San sneered and waved his hand, signaling the 20 people to attack. Destroy him. The 20 people's profound energy surged as they held their weapons. Immediately, one of them pounced towards the purple-robed figure and slashed at his cloak. Chi! However, just as the sharp blade fell, the purple-robed figure's figure disappeared under the blade light like a ghost. Bang! A low muffled sound rang out. Before the crowd could react, they saw the body of the person who had just attacked being sent flying. Accompanied by a mist of blood, his body smashed into the ground far away, causing the ground to tremble. After that, there was no more movement. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Bang bang bang. Ah, like a series of explosions, the sound of ribs breaking rang out incessantly. Miserable shrieks continuously rang out. A purple afterimage flashed past like a ghost. Nearly 20 bodies fell to the ground in a parabola, lying in disarray in the courtyard. A large amount of blood mist sprayed out, dyeing the ground blood red. The smell of blood spread out. Chi! The purple-robed figure finally landed in front of Huang San, who did not have time to react. Everything happened in just a few breaths of time. Expert, this person is an expert. Huang San's face was filled with shock and his pupils contracted. From his experience in the Savage Beast mountain range, the purple-robed figure in front of him was definitely an expert. He had misjudged. This person's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Chi! The purple-robed figure clawed at Huang San. The sharp claw seemed to tear through the barrier of air. Huang San's eyes were filled with fear. However, he was still at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. Profound energy surged under his feet as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted, "Third Master, save me. This person is difficult to deal with." Qi La. The purple-robed figure's claw was like a maggot. With Huang San's cultivation, he was unable to dodge. Just as he retreated 2 steps, he was grabbed by the shoulder. The claw crushed the obstruction of the profound energy around his body and directly grabbed onto several acupuncture points on his shoulder. Immediately, Huang San cried out in pain. He could not muster any strength in his body. That kind of heart-piercing pain caused Huang San's face to turn deathly pale. His cries of agony resounded throughout the area. Whoosh! The commotion in the courtyard once again attracted quite a number of figures. Another dozen figures hurried over from various places. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the bloody people lying on the ground. Their gazes immediately became cautious as they surrounded the purple-robed figure in the courtyard. "Let him go and I'll spare your life." A gloomy shout came out, and an old man about 50 years old in a tight suit walked out from the inner courtyard, followed by several cultivators with strong auras. "Third Master, save me! Third Master, save me!" Huang San screamed for help when he saw the old man. His face was pale. The purple-robed figure slightly raised his head to look at the old man, and said, "I'm here to exchange for the betting slip, a total of 5.2 million cultivation coins. You guys wanted to kill me just now, add on another 5 million cultivation coins, I don't want the change, a total of 10 million cultivation coins, I'll leave after you give it to me, 10 million cultivation coins." The old man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He suddenly withdrew his laughter and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The vast and mighty aura caused the surrounding space to ripple. That aura caused the surrounding people to become sluggish. "I don't care who you are, if you don't walk out of Bao Lai Enterprise today, you're dead." A gloomy shout came out from the old man's mouth, and a cold killing intent shot out from his eyes. "Third Master, you have to save me, Third Master." Huang San's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. The Third Master did not even care if he lived or died. "Seems like you're even stronger than Chao Chitai. Pulse Realm Profound level, you're not weak at all." The purple-robed figure said softly. Looking at the old man, he said softly, "I'll give you one more chance. Add on another 5 million cultivation coins, a total of 15 million cultivation coins, and I'll treat it as if nothing happened, 15 million cultivation coins." The old man sneered. 15 million cultivation coins, not to mention the entire Bao Lai Enterprise, even the entire Heavenly Spirit hunting group behind the Bao Lai Enterprise would not be able to take out 15 million cultivation coins. 15 million cultivation coins, in the entire Stone City, only the 5 great families would be able to take out 15 million cultivation coins. The old man stared coldly at the purple-robed figure, and said, "You're courting death. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on coming. I've given you a chance. Remember, it's you who didn't want it." The purple-robed figure said lightly. "You're about to die, and you're still boasting shamelessly." The old man sneered, and his profound energy fluctuated. Faint runes swept out, and killing intent spread out. As the third master of the psychic hunting group, although he was in charge of the Bao Lai Enterprise, it did not mean that he would not kill. To be able to become the third master of the Heavenly Spirit hunting group, which was one of the top hunting groups in the entire barbaric beast mountain range, there was no need to doubt his ruthlessness and strength. Roar! Suddenly, just as the old man's profound energy fluctuated, there was a sudden gust of wind in the courtyard, and a tiger's roar resounded through the air, shaking the entire Stone City. At this moment, the entire Stone City was shaken. The tiger's roar shook the sky, like rolling thunder. Immediately, experts from the various great families rushed out. A demonic beast is roaring, a demonic beast expert has broken into Stone City. Not good, a demonic beast has broken into Stone City. Within the various great families, figures flashed, and immediately, there were experts who rushed in the direction of the demonic beast's roar. As the great families of Stone City, they had the responsibility and obligation to protect Stone City. A huge flying tiger with a pair of wings appeared in the sky above the courtyard. Its entire body was covered in king-patterned scales, and the tiger's mouth was ferociously roaring. Its wings were at least 20 feet wide, and the huge tiger's body swooped down like a real tiger pouncing on its prey, pouncing on the old man. A king-scaled demonic tiger at the pulse spiritual level, how could such a strong demonic beast break into Stone City? The sudden change caused the old man to suddenly raise his head and look over. When he saw the huge tiger, his gloomy and sneering face instantly surged with shock and fear. How could he still care about dealing with the purple-robed figure in front of him? He quickly retreated at the first moment and did not even have the courage to fight. Roar! The tiger's roar was deafening as the huge tiger chased after the old man. With a flap of its wings, the roof of the surrounding courtyard was directly flipped over. Debris shot out, and, rumbling, sounds of collapse rang out incessantly. Ah! The old man screamed in agony. Before he could escape far, the king-scaled demonic tiger's tiger claws, covered in mysterious runes, swooped down and clawed at his back. Blood immediately spurted out from his back, and his bones were broken. A miserable howl immediately came out from his mouth. However, just as this miserable scream came out, the pitiful third head was swallowed into the stomach of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that a meridian spirit-level king-scaled demon tiger would suddenly appear beside him and swallow him whole. After killing the old man, the huge king-scaled demonic tiger did not pay any attention to the others. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, bringing with it the fluctuations of a storm, and then disappeared in mid-air. The huge ferocious tiger came suddenly, and left quickly as well. However, that ferocious and terrifying aura shook one's soul, causing the surrounding people to have difficulty breathing. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. The third head died just like that. When the dozens of people regained their senses, they all looked at each other in dismay. The third head, who was incomparably powerful in their hearts, had actually died so easily. Goo goo. Huang San was held in the hands of the purple-robed figure. The scene in front of him caused him to regain his senses. He immediately swallowed his saliva and broke out in cold sweat. Now, can you take out 15 million cultivation coins and give it to me? The purple-robed figure held Huang San and asked Huang San at close range. Sir, no, sir, I really can't take out 15 million cultivation coins. Even the entire Bao Lai enterprise can't take out that much. However, I know that the enterprise has 2 million cultivation coins that we earn from betting on the younger generation of the 5 great families. That's all we have. Sir, please spare my life. Huang San wailed and begged. The third head was mysteriously killed by a ferocious tiger that suddenly appeared. He no longer had anything to rely on. 2 million is far from enough. This debt will have to be settled slowly. After the purple-robed figure finished speaking, he took off the cloak on his head under the gazes of the surrounding people. He casually threw it to the side of the ruins, revealing a resolute and determined face. When everyone looked at the resolute face, their gazes instantly changed. They then began to look at each other in dismay, their faces filled with astonishment. Du Xiaofu, how could you be Du Xiaofu from the Du family? Huang San finally saw the face in front of him clearly. After his astonishment, his gaze turned ashen. No wonder he always felt that the purple-robed figure had a familiar feeling. His figure and voice were both familiar. It turned out that the person who won the Bao Lai Enterprises' fortune was actually the young master of the Du family, Du Xiaofu, who won the championship among the younger generation of the 5 great families yesterday. That tyrannical and terrifying youth. At this moment, Huang San's expression was dispirited. He was very clear that if the third head had known that the winner was Du Xiaofu from the Du family, he wouldn't have dared to have any ideas. No matter what, he would have collected the cultivation coins and sent them to the Du family. Du Xiaofu's face sank slightly. The day before yesterday, he had sold the 3 Qiankuan pouches on him, and endured the pain of selling many treasures to the Du family enterprise. Only then was he able to gather 33,000 cultivation coins. He planned to bet on himself, hoping to earn some cultivation coins to deal with the increasingly tight situation. Zhen Qingchuan's consumption of elixirs every time he refined medicine became more and more expensive. If he didn't earn money, he wouldn't be able to maintain it. Brothers and sisters, today, Martial God's world is on the shelves. The explosion has begun. At this moment, I ask for everyone's support, especially Fresh Flowers. Little you will be the first to say that if Fresh Flowers can charge to the top of the rankings today, Little you will be in the top 2 for 5 consecutive days. After 3 consecutive days, Little you will continue to release new chapters. Chapter 81. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Therefore, Du Xiaofu came up with the idea of betting. When he passed by the Bao Lai enterprise, he disguised himself and walked in to prevent anyone from seeing the only contestant from the Du family betting. If word got out, it would cause a lot of unnecessary commotion. Du Xiaofu originally wanted to bet on himself, but found that he was the hot favorite this time. The odds were very low. Even if he placed all his bets on himself, even if he won the championship, the odds would only be 3 times. 3 times, a total of more than 90,000 cultivation coins. After deducting his capital, he would only win 66,000 cultivation coins. The odds for the less popular bets were extremely high, some even reaching 100 times. This gave Du Xiaofu an idea. 33,000 cultivation coins. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bet on Bai Mei from the Bai family. Bai Mei was at the 8th level of the Hotian realm. If he entered the top 10, the odds would be 30 times. If he entered the top 5, the odds would be 120 times. If he entered the top 4, the odds would be 160 times. This gave Du Xiaofu enough reason to grit his teeth and take the risk. Then, there was the scene in the contest that puzzled the members of the major families. After winning the betting slip, the amount was huge. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. He naturally did not trust the Bao Lai enterprise too much, so he called the king-scaled demon tiger to wait outside. After entering the Bao Lai enterprise, Du Xiaofu felt that something was wrong. If he did not have a card up his sleeve, why would he enter the tiger's den and risk his life? Bang bang bang. In a short time, the rumbling sounds of the door being kicked could be heard from outside the Bao Lai enterprise. There was a lot of noise, as if many people were rushing over. Looking at Huang San, who was being held captive by him, Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "You're in trouble. You're in big trouble." Whoosh whoosh. Just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, many figures had already arrived in a hurry. Waves of vigorous aura descended. As the figures moved, the entire Bao Lai enterprise was completely surrounded. Yi clans Yi Baolin, Ji clans Yan Qingsong, Qin clans Qin Zongqiong, Bai clans Bai Jiru, Du clans Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, and other experts from various clans had arrived. Without a doubt, it was that shocking tiger roar that had drawn out all the patriarchs of the 5 great clans. What happened? What happened just now? Looking at the messy scene, everyone's expression changed in confusion. Du Xiaofu. The expressions of many people changed once again when they saw Du Xiaofu's figure in the wreckage. This was especially the case for Feng Qingsong from the Ran clan. His expression was the ugliest when he looked at his surroundings. Xiaofu, why are you here? Are you alright? Du Zhixiong saw Du Xiaofu and immediately rushed to Du Xiaofu's side. Second uncle, I'm fine. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Then, he roughly explained the situation of the trouble caused by the betting slip. As for the appearance of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Du Xiaofu only said that he didn't know about it. The king-scaled demonic tiger had suddenly appeared and killed the third master before suddenly leaving. After hearing Du Xiaofu's summary of the situation, Du Zhixiong couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately shouted angrily, "Bastard, how dare you renege on my Du clan's debt and attack my Du clan's people? Men, tie up all the people from the Bao Lai enterprise. Seal up the Bao Lai enterprise for me first." As soon as Du Zhixiong's voice fell, the angry Du clan disciples immediately rushed out. They punched and kicked the remaining people from the Bao Lai enterprise and tied them up on the ground. Unfortunately, the people from the Bao Lai enterprise didn't dare to fight back. In Stone City, who dared to fight against the 5 great clans? At this moment, if they still fought back, the Du clan's people would probably annihilate them on the spot. The expressions of the people from the various great clans changed. After listening to Du Xiaofu's summary of the situation, many people finally understood why Du Xiaofu had been protecting the Bai clans by Mei during yesterday's contest. It seemed that Du Xiaofu had long planned for the Bao Lai enterprise. A single betting slip was enough to bankrupt the Bao Lai enterprise. 2 million cultivation coins, this was a huge sum even for the 5 great clans. Du Xiaofu, this brat, is too evil and ruthless. The experts from the various great clans sighed in their hearts. Their gazes were fixed on the seemingly upright, kind-looking, and harmless youth. In fact, this fellow was evil, ruthless, and extremely cunning. Ran Qingsong, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, my Du clan will definitely not let this matter rest. Du Zhenwu suddenly glared at Ran Qingsong. The expression on his face showed that he wasn't joking. Du Zhenwu, what do you mean? This matter has nothing to do with me. Ran Qingsong said in a deep voice. Du Zhenwu shook his long sleeves and looked straight at Ran Qingsong. Stop pretending. Since you want to deal with my nephew, don't blame me for being impolite. The Bao Lai enterprise is backed by the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group, which is also related to your Ran clan. The gazes of the other clans immediately fell on Ran Qingsong. How could the people from the various great clans not know about this matter? The various great clans all had some vassal forces behind them. The Bao Lai enterprise and the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group were in fact together. The Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group was a vassal force of the Ran clan. This was no longer an open secret among the various great clans. The Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group has nothing to do with my Ran clan. This matter has nothing to do with me either. Ran Qingsong gritted his teeth and said coldly. At this moment, he was itching to tear apart the people from the Bao Lai enterprise. These bastards actually dared to deal with Du Xiaofu so openly. Were they not courting death? Even if his Ran clan wanted to make a move, they couldn't do it so openly. If he admitted that the Bao Lai enterprise was related to him now, it would undoubtedly be admitting that the Bao Lai enterprise's attempt to kill Du Xiaofu was somehow related to the Ran clan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Du clan would definitely not let the Ran clan off, whether it was for the sake of face or revenge. Ran Qingsong wasn't afraid of the Du clan, but he didn't want to fight with the Du clan right now. They couldn't fight during this special period. Moreover, if he admitted it now, the Du clan would undoubtedly be in the right while the Ran clan would be in a passive position. Therefore, no matter what, Ran Qingsong knew that he couldn't admit it. He could only abandon the Bao Lai enterprise and the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group at this time. However, Ran Qingsong didn't know that the Bao Lai enterprise was also sullen. Before the big clans came in, none of them knew that the person wearing the cloak was Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to touch Du Xiaofu. Ran Qingsong, it's good that you have nothing to do with this. If it has something to do with your Ran clan, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll kill every descendant of your Ran clan I see in the future. Du Junwu glared fiercely at Ran Qingsong. This time, he was really angry. Du Zhixiong kicked away a person from the Bao Lai enterprise who was tied up at his feet. However, he still couldn't vent his anger. He said to the deputy commander of the Du clan, Du Qi, behind him, Du Qi, inform the experts in the clan to prepare to head to the barbaric beast mountain range. Our Du clan will annihilate the heavenly spirit hunting group if they dare to touch the people of my Du clan. Second master, I'll make the arrangements right away. Du Qi nodded and immediately retreated to make the arrangements. The big clan's faces darkened. Du Xiaofu was the most talented descendant of the Du clan. The people from the Bao Lai enterprise wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, which undoubtedly touched the bottom line of the Du clan. If the Du clan didn't make any big moves, then they wouldn't be the Du clan. This was also the Du clan's declaration to the other clans. However, the people from the big clans, including Yi Baolin, were puzzled. Were the people from the Bao Lai enterprise stupid? They dared to touch the people of the Du clan. Weren't they courting death? Humph, my Du clan hasn't killed anyone for a long time. I'm afraid that many people have forgotten about my Du clan and think that my Du clan is easy to bully. Du Zhixiong kicked the chest of a man from the Bao Lai enterprise again and again, breaking his ribs and causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. It's good that Xiaofu is fine. Some people who don't have eyes should be dealt with. Yi Baolin spoke. His words implied that he agreed with the actions of the Du clan. He even stood on the side of the Du clan and supported the annihilation of the heavenly spirit hunting group. Bai Jiru of the Bai clan and Qin Zongqiong of the Qin clan didn't say anything. They all knew that the heavenly spirit hunting group was related to the Si clan. They were happy to watch the show. The Du clan wanted to annihilate the heavenly spirit hunting group, which was equivalent to weakening the power of the Si clan. However, the Si clan had to suffer in silence this time. It's just that a king-scaled demonic tiger suddenly appeared in the stone city. It could disappear under our noses and even kill the third leader of the heavenly spirit hunting group. Its cultivation level must not be low. Yi Baolin continued. He was more concerned about why a king-scaled demonic tiger suddenly appeared in the stone city. We must investigate this thoroughly. Could it be that those evil creatures in the savage beast mountain range are planning to invade the stone city? The experts of the various clans also fell into deep thought. A king-scaled demonic tiger with an extremely high cultivation level had appeared in the stone city. This was indeed unusual. If a large number of demonic beasts were planning to invade the stone city, the consequences would be terrifying. However, after pondering for a long time, the people of the various clans couldn't find anything. Then, the people of the various clans could only discuss how to strictly investigate and be on guard against a large number of demonic beasts invading the stone city. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He simply stood quietly behind his second uncle. He couldn't tell everyone that the king-scaled demonic tiger was his. From the words of Du Junwu and Du Zhixiong, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the stone city was in troubled times. The situation could change at any time. The king-scaled demonic tiger was his protective talisman and trump card. It was even a trump card of the Du clan, so Du Xiaofu didn't want to reveal it yet. In the end, the various clans left the Bao Lai enterprise, and the Bao Lai enterprise owed a large debt to Du Xiaofu. Naturally, the Bao Lai enterprise was taken over by the Du clan. In the entire stone city, the Bao Lai enterprise was one of the most famous enterprises under the 5 great clans. Its value wasn't low. Chapter 82. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the Du family, the other great families were secretly jealous. However, they had no way of getting a share of the loot. Not long after, outside the Du family, a majestic group of Du family practitioners set out for the barbaric beast mountain range. Second Master Du Jixiong personally led the team. Their goal was to destroy the Heavenly Spirit hunting group. After this news spread, the people in the Stone City could only silently pray for the Heavenly Spirit hunting group. Although the Heavenly Spirit hunting group was very strong, and was one of the top hunting groups at the edge of the barbaric beast mountain range, it was still far from being comparable to the Du family. With the Du family's second master personally taking action, the outcome was obvious. This also proved that the Du family was truly enraged this time. That afternoon, the Du family. In the study, Du Jinwu handed a cultivation coin card to Du Xiaofu and said, "A total of 6 million cultivation coins. After we took over the Bao Lai business, we found over 2 million cultivation coins. The goods within the Bao Lai business are also worth over 2 million cultivation coins. Adding on the Bao Lai business's signboard, it should be enough to cover your winnings." Du Xiaofu was taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Uncle, then isn't the 6 million cultivation coins you gave me a little too much?" Du Jinwu smiled faintly and said, "You won 2 million cultivation coins. The remaining 800,000 cultivation coins are given to you by the Du family because you gave our Du family a fair and just reason to deal with the Heavenly Spirit hunting group. After your second uncle destroys the Heavenly Spirit hunting group, I estimate that with the Heavenly Spirit hunting group's influence and wealth, we will still be able to obtain over 3 million cultivation coins. Therefore, the 800,000 cultivation coins are given to you by the Du family and is also what you deserve. In fact, the Du family has gained quite a bit this time. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony. He was currently in need of money, and as the quality of the elixirs for his cultivation increased, they became more and more expensive. This 6 million cultivation coins was already a huge sum that an ordinary person would not be able to touch in their lifetime, but it was definitely not enough to support Qin Qingchun for long. Well done this time, but it was too risky. Don't be so careless next time. Du Xiaofu still had some lingering fear in his heart. If the king-scaled demon tiger hadn't appeared in time, with the strength of the third captain of the Heavenly Spirit hunting group, Du Xiaofu's fate would have been a little grim. Du Xiaofu could only nod his head in response. It was hard to say that the king-scaled demon tiger was arranged by him in advance. Du Jinwu looked at Du Xiaofu with satisfaction and continued, "You won the competition yesterday. Today, you can rest for a day. Tomorrow, you will enter the Yi clan's lightning pool. When the time comes, how much you can gain will depend on yourself. I will do my best." Du Xiaofu was already looking forward to it. It was said that the thunder pool was capable of tempering one's body. It was absolutely beneficial to the golden-winged rock body transformation method that he cultivated. Perhaps this time he would be able to further enhance his body transformation method. As for the body transformation method, Du Xiaofu had always placed great importance on it. If it wasn't for the conjoined body transformation method, it would have been hard to say what would have happened to Chao Chitai yesterday. Du Jinwu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The lightning pool is related to the thunder lion. After you enter the lightning pool, pay a little attention. However, you have to be extra careful. It would be better if you could find out about the thunder lion situation, but the most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety." Du Xiaofu understood the meaning of his uncle's words and lightly nodded his head. The Yi clan was without a doubt the #1 power in Stone City. They had controlled Stone City for many generations and were extremely loved by the residents of Stone City. The next morning, after Du Xiaofu freshened up, he rode a blood Fergana dragon horse to the Yi clan. When he arrived outside the Yi clan, he was respectfully invited in by 2 Yi clan disciples. The Yi clan's buildings were continuous. The courtyards and pavilions were magnificent, and there were artificial mountains and ponds everywhere. The environment was extremely elegant. Under the guidance of the Yi clan disciples, they passed through several long paths. Du Xiaofu arrived at a pavilion, and only then did the two Yi clan disciples leave. "You're quite early." A beautiful figure gently walked over. It was Yi Zijin of the Yi clan. Today, she wore a pair of tight pants, which made her slender and straight legs look extremely slender. On top of that, she wore a light-colored short shirt, which made her slender waist and the curve of her chest form a beautiful arc. Yi Zijin's clothes today made her look even more charming, causing Du Xiaofu to take a few more glances at her. Then, he smiled and said, "I'm going to the lightning pool to cultivate. Naturally, I have to be early." Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "I'm in charge of bringing you to the lightning pool. I'm sure you know about the origins and uses of the lightning pool, right?" Du Xiaofu nodded his head. His uncle had already told him about the origins and uses of the lightning pool. The lightning pool was owned by the Yi clan and it was rumored that it could only be opened once every few years. Inside the lightning pool, there was a small amount of essence blood from the lightning lion. Cultivating in the lightning pool would allow one to use the lightning to refine one's body. It was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. If one could cultivate in the lightning pool, one's future would be limitless. This is a lightning resistance pill specially concocted by our Yi clan. Consume it when you enter the lightning pool. If not, the lightning energy within the lightning pool is not something that you can withstand with your current cultivation level. If not, before you can even refine your body, you will be blasted into pieces. As Yi Zijin spoke, she handed a round and shiny pill over to Du Xiaofu. The pill emitted a faint fragrance, causing one to feel comfortable just by smelling it. She spoke softly, "This lightning resistance pill can help you withstand the lightning energy. However, once the effects of the lightning resistance pill have worn off, if you are unable to withstand the lightning energy within the lightning pool, you must not try to withstand it. If anything happens, even my Yi clan will not be able to take responsibility." Du Xiaofu nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Without any hesitation, he accepted the lightning resistance pill. "Then follow me. How much benefits you can gain from the lightning pool will depend on yourself." Yi Zijin smiled. Then, with light steps, she led the way, gesturing for Du Xiaofu to follow beside her. "I heard that you were in the limelight again yesterday," Yi Zijin said softly along the way. "Honest people are easy to bully," Du Xiaofu said softly. Yi Zijin stopped in her tracks. She stared at Du Xiaofu. She really could not see how he was honest. When had he ever been bullied? She heard that in the end, it was the Bao Lai enterprise that ended up in a terrible state. Sigh. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu. In the end, she did not say anything. She just sighed softly and continued to lead the way. After passing through several small paths, Du Xiaofu followed Yi Zijin to a quiet and secluded place. An ancient building appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was surrounded by a large square. In the middle of it, there was a building that looked like a pagoda but not a pagoda. It looked like a palace but not a palace. It gave off an ancient aura, as if it had existed for many years. What a powerful aura! Du Xiaofu could feel a berserk aura as he stood far away from the building that was neither a tower nor a palace. This aura caused one's heart to tremble for no reason, and could shake one's soul. It was as if there was an abnormally powerful ferocious beast hibernating within this simple and unadorned building. Yi Zijin said, "The lightning pool is inside. Once you enter, the lightning pool will automatically activate. Remember what I said. If you can't withstand it, don't force it." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded. After taking in a deep breath, he walked directly into the ancient building. After entering the building, Du Xiaofu could feel the violent aura even more clearly. A dim light shone in from outside the door, making the interior of the building dim and hazy. However, even though the light was dim, it did not prevent Du Xiaofu from seeing a stone door. There was no other path in the building. Du Xiaofu directly stepped through the stone door. Zalala. The moment Du Xiaofu stepped through the stone door behind him suddenly fluctuated with lightning. Zizi, the electric arcs hung on the stone door and shuttled back and forth endlessly. It was like a dense spider web, causing one to shudder. Boom! At this moment, the entire ancient building suddenly shook. Outside the door, electric arcs lingered densely. Even the entire ancient building occasionally flashed with lightning. It was incomparably mystical. I wonder how much he will benefit from it. His body is already very strong. After the lightning pool refines his body, I'm afraid it will be even more terrifying. What a perverse person. Yi Zijin stood in the plaza. After the ancient building's door was enveloped by lightning, her beautiful figure turned and left. Roar! A thunderous beast roar echoed out from within the stone city. The sound wave rushed to the 9 heavens before disappearing into the blue dome of heaven. At this moment, in the stone city, many people's gazes were fixed on the Yi family in the middle of the stone city. Each of them had different expressions on their faces. The power of lightning. Du Xiaofu turned his head to look at the electric arcs on the stone door behind him. Even though he was a distance away, he could still feel a palpitating aura. In front of the stone door, there was a spiral stone staircase. It did not lead upwards, but downwards, as if it was leading to the bottom. Du Xiaofu was not worried. His feet followed the spiral stone staircase as he descended. In his heart, he could feel a violent aura coming from the bottom of the staircase. It was getting more and more violent, and there was a faint sound of thunder. As Du Xiaofu went deeper, electric arcs flashed on the stone walls beside the staircase, illuminating the entire space. The atmosphere inside was also frozen for no reason, causing Du Xiaofu's heart to become inexplicably nervous. When the last step of the staircase was completed, an intense light flashed. The dazzling light caused Du Xiaofu to squint his eyes. After his eyes adjusted, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Looking in front of him, his face was filled with astonishment. Is this the lightning pool? What appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes was a huge karst cave. Inside the karst cave, there were densely packed stalactites, a riot of colors. Crackle, on the stalactites, there was lightning flashing on them. It was extremely beautiful and visually stunning. Chapter 83. In the middle of the karst cave, there was a deep underground pool about 100 meters in size. The pool was not stagnant water, but a kind of greenish-white liquid that was extremely viscous. Within the liquid, lightning flashed. Just by looking at it, one would be able to feel its soul-shaking violence. Lightning pool, this is the lightning pool. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone with joy. The violent lightning energy contained within the lightning pool did not cause fear in Du Xiaofu's heart. Instead, it made him look forward to it. Du Xiaofu could feel that this violent lightning would definitely be of great help to his cultivation of the body transformation technique. Although Du Xiaofu could feel that the violent energy within the lightning pool was extremely violent, it might not necessarily be able to harm him. The stronger the energy, the more effective it would be for his conjoined body transformation technique. However, just in case, Du Xiaofu still took out the lightning resistance pill that Yi Zijin had given him and swallowed it. Plop! After swallowing the lightning resistance pill, Du Xiaofu directly leapt into the lightning pool. Instantly, countless streams of liquid flew out, accompanied by lightning. Rumble! The moment Du Xiaofu's figure leapt into the lightning pool, he seemed to have triggered something. Instantly, a deafening rumble of thunder rang out from within the lightning pool. The lightning pool surged and roiled, and streaks of violent lightning spread out along with Du Xiaofu's movements. Waves of violent lightning energy instantly surged towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. Hulala! The streaks of lightning were like pythons, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu to shreds within the lightning pool. The terrifying energy squeezed together with the fluctuations of the liquid also seemed to want to crush Du Xiaofu's body until it exploded. Not good, how did it suddenly become so strong? Du Xiaofu's body involuntarily shuddered in the face of this sudden violent reaction. That frightening lightning energy and wild energy seemed to want to tear him apart. What Du Xiaofu did not expect was that there seemed to be no gravity within the lightning pool. Once he entered, he immediately felt weightless. The liquid around him seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. His own body was trapped within, and it was extremely difficult for him to move even a single step. Hula! Waves of terrifying pressure and lightning energy crashed into Du Xiaofu's body from all directions at once, as if wanting to tear Du Xiaofu's body to shreds. Relying on his already powerful body, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel his internal organs editor, Chrissy Du Xiaofu's. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the lightning resistance pill he had just consumed was taking effect. The medicinal effect surged in his body, then spread out from his pores, turning into a layer of transparent stratum corneum that wrapped around his body. This stratum corneum looked ordinary, but at this moment, it was able to isolate more than half of the huge pressure and lightning energy in the lightning pool. Therefore, Du Xiaofu's pressure was greatly reduced. However, there was still a constant flow of lightning energy and pressure. In this weightless lightning pool, Du Xiaofu still felt that it was extremely difficult for him to move. Every step was extremely difficult, as if there was a huge mountain in front of him that was difficult to overcome. Ripples spread within the lightning. Although the lightning resistance pill had formed a cuticle to block it, there was still lightning energy that penetrated into Du Xiaofu's body. The unique wild and violent energy contained within the lightning surged into his body, immediately causing Du Xiaofu's entire body to turn numb and tremble. If it were not for the lightning resistance pill, it was likely that his body would not just be numb, but would be directly torn apart. Start practicing the body cultivation method. Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal. Everything was ready, and he immediately began practicing the body cultivation method in the lightning pool. Time passed slowly. As Du Xiaofu entered the lightning pool, many things happened in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. The Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group, who was at the edge of the Savage Beast Mountain Range, did not know what had happened. They were suddenly attacked by the experts of the Du family. There were many experts of the Du family who were sent out. They almost destroyed the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group with an unstoppable momentum. In the Stone City, after the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great families ended, it fell into a kind of silence. This kind of silence made some of the more sensitive people feel extremely depressed. This kind of silence was extremely abnormal. It was like the calm before the storm. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. I will definitely not let you off. In the courtyard of the Ran family, Ran Qingsong's face was gloomy and cold. This time, the Ran family had suffered a lot and suffered heavy losses. He would definitely not let the Du family off so easily. The continuous range of mountains was filled with dense, verdant greenery. Above the mountains and precipitous ridges, the white mist was like elegant silk, swaying with the wind. The huge city was connected, and the vast buildings were boundless. As the sun set in the west, the sunset glow was like a red leaf falling to the yellow dust-covered ground. The mountains under the setting sun turned dark purple, like reefs in the sea of clouds. In the majestic hall, a middle-aged man dressed in yellow had a cold glint in his eyes. His entire body was emitting an awe-inspiring aura. He had a tall body, thick arms, and strong chest muscles. With a deep voice, he asked a thin old man beside him, "Elder Heng, how's Chi Tai's injury?" The thin old man said, "His injuries are very serious. His internal organs are also affected. Fortunately, there is no danger to his life. After my treatment, he should be able to recover soon." I didn't expect that there would be such an extraordinary kid in this small stone city. However, since he injured my son, he can only go die. The man in yellow clothes had a gloomy look. He then said to the first prince, "Someone, inform the Qin family of the Stone City. Once there is a change in the Stone City, immediately send a message." "Yes, princess." The first prince hurriedly received the order and left. "Princess, I'm afraid that the Thunder Lion won't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as we can obtain the Thunder Lion's remains, Princess will be able to progress further. The young princess will also be able to obtain great benefits." The thin old man said softly. "The Stone City is mine for sure." The middle-aged man in yellow clothes raised his head, and a violent aura fluctuated around him. Pain, a pain that went deep into his bones. Du Xiaofu's body felt like it was being torn apart by the lightning. An endless stream of lightning flashed and emerged from the thunder pool. Then, it continuously swept over him, causing his entire body to feel numb and painful. There was no gravity in the thunder pool. Even waving one's arm required a force of 10,000 pounds. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in lightning. The lightning shuttled in and out of his body. It was extremely mysterious. After 7 days, the stratum corneum formed by the thunder resistance elixir had begun to fade. The power of the lightning was becoming more and more violent. The power of the lightning entered Du Xiaofu's body. It was burning hot. It was as if it would not stop until it destroyed all of his bones, muscles, and organs into ashes. Sizzle. Du Xiaofu could feel that his meridians, bones, and even blood were filled with the power of the lightning. Using the golden rock's body refining technique, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a faint golden light. His arms swung in the thunder pool, hitting the liquid in the thunder pool. The golden light spread like a rock flapping its wings. However, every time he swung his arms, it was as if the power was about to be exhausted. Everything was as Du Xiaofu had expected. The power of the lightning in the thunder pool was indeed very beneficial to the golden rock's body refining technique. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain in his body, Du Xiaofu swung his arms in different directions. His body moved in the thunder pool, as if he was slamming into a hard cliff. He distributed the power of the lightning evenly throughout his body. Then, he used the power of the lightning to cultivate the first level of the golden rock's body refining technique. Boom! The stratum corneum formed by the thunder resistance elixir on Du Xiaofu's body finally disappeared completely. The crazy lightning no longer had any reservations. It surged into Du Xiaofu's body violently. The huge pressure in the thunder pool also pressed down on Du Xiaofu's body. The sound of thunder reverberated through the thunder pool, shaking everyone's heart. Bzzzt bzzzt. Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in lightning. It was as if he had become a ball of lightning. The violent lightning continuously seeped out from every part of his body. Ah, finally, Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and could no longer resist. A miserable cry was emitted from his mouth as the wild and violent lightning energy wreaked havoc within his body. Under this kind of tyrannical destruction that penetrated deep into his bones, every minute and second felt like years, causing Du Xiaofu to nearly faint on the spot. His internal organs, bones, muscles, meridians and acupuncture points were also in increasing pain. This kind of body refining technique was a kind of torture. Even the Xian energy in his body could not escape this fate. His Xian energy was invaded by the all-pervasive lightning. I can't give up. The stronger it is, the better the effect of the body refining technique. After 10 years of experience, Du Xiaofu's willpower had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Under the terrifying power of the lightning, he still maintained his consciousness and continued to resist. If it was anyone else, they would have long been smashed into pieces by this terrifying lightning. Du Xiaofu did not know that every time the thunder pool opened, those who took the thunder resistance elixir would not be able to last until the effects of the thunder resistance elixir disappeared. Generally speaking, for those who entered the thunder pool, it was already very good if they could last for 5 days. 6 days was the limit. It was said that for so long, the only person who could last until the effects of the thunder resistance elixir completely disappeared was a very, very long time ago. But this was a matter of the Sea clan. In the violent lightning, Du Xiaofu knew that the more violent it was, the greater the effect it would have on his body refining technique. Chapter 84. Although the pain was unbearable, Du Xiaofu could already feel that his body was beginning to transform under the impact of the violent lightning. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? Refine the golden feathers. The lightning pool rumbled, lightning crackling as it filled the air. Du Xiaofu roared, golden light rippling all over his body, faintly flickering with runes. Amidst the golden light, it seemed to condense into the illusory image of a golden-winged rock. His entire person was like a rock playing in the pool, his arms waving about, striking the liquid, his body slamming into the lightning pool. Rumble. The lightning pool rumbled, lightning churning, incomparably violent. Amidst the unbearable pain of ordinary people, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and withstood it. His bones, meridians, and even his muscles were like fine steel in the raging flames, being tempered at a rather slow speed, becoming increasingly tough and filled with explosive power. Everything was transforming amidst the thunder and lightning. 9 days already, how can he be so strong? No one has ever been able to surpass 7 days. On the square, outside the building that resembled a pagoda yet not a pagoda, lightning flashed. Yi Baolin stared into the building, his eyes filled with doubt. It was said that a long time ago, an extraordinary person had appeared among the ancestors of the Sea clan, and had also entered the lightning pool to cultivate. However, he had only been in there for 7 days, and when the effects of the lightning resistance pill had completely dissipated, he could no longer resist. That was already the highest record. But now, Du Xiaofu had actually entered for 9 days. The number of inconceivable things that have happened to him is really not small, Yi Zijin said softly. Yi Baolin turned to look at his beloved daughter, saying, to be able to enter the lightning pool for 9 days is not simply inconceivable. I even suspect that in a competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans, he had not even used his full strength. He is much stronger than we imagined. Then is it a blessing or a curse that we chose the Du clan? If the Du clan ends up. After a long time, Yi Zijin said softly, her eyes rippling. Roar, just as Yi Zijin's voice fell, a loud bestial roar rang out once again, the sound waves rolling. The power of lightning above the huge building also rippled violently, a terrifying aura spreading out. Instantly, Yi Baolin's and Yi Zijin's expressions changed greatly. Looking at the continuously flickering lightning, Yi Baolin's voice, Yi Baolin, Leizu, he can't hold on. Within the lightning pool, rolling thunder and lightning flashed, enveloping Du Xiaofu within. Du Xiaofu unceasingly used the power of thunder and lightning to temper his body, allowing the thunder and lightning to envelop him. Lala. The liquid in the lightning pool rippled, the lightning was like a silver snake as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. Once it came into contact with the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, it would explode with a faint muffled sound, before it was directly swallowed into Du Xiaofu's body, disappearing without a trace. Although the power of lightning was strong, in the face of the faint golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, it became weaker and weaker. It was as if all the energy and lightning in the lightning pool had been completely absorbed by Du Xiaofu. Using lightning to refine his body, Du Xiaofu was definitely torturing himself. For 9 days, he had endured the bombardment of lightning, as well as the crushing pressure from the lightning pool. However, during these 9 days of perseverance, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that within his body, whether it was his meridians or his bones, they were constantly strengthening and transforming. Even the aura on his body was growing stronger and stronger. The liquid in the lightning pool also contained a huge amount of energy, which was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. It even made Du Xiaofu feel that he seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. On the 10th day, just as Du Xiaofu was enduring the pain of the lightning tribulation, feeling that his condition was getting better and better, and even faintly felt that he was about to make another breakthrough, the lightning energy within the lightning pool suddenly weakened rapidly. A moment later, the power of lightning gradually disappeared. It was as if the power of lightning and energy in the lightning pool had been completely absorbed by Du Xiaofu alone. Hula. As the power of lightning and energy dissipated, Du Xiaofu's aura, which seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, suddenly stopped. Then, his aura began to weaken. The golden light around his body fluctuated, and the transformation of the golden feathers also stopped. The lightning pool stopped fluctuating, and the flashing lightning around it also began to dissipate. Du Xiaofu had unknowingly sat cross-legged in the liquid of the lightning pool. At this moment, his eyes were opened, and he stared intently at the lightning pool. Just a little more. If there was more power of lightning in the lightning pool, I'm afraid that my cultivation level and body refinement would be able to take another step forward. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with regret. From the transformation in his body and the aura on his body, he felt that if he could endure for a little longer, he should be able to take another step forward. Unfortunately, the energy in the lightning pool had already dissipated, as if it had been completely absorbed by him. You're obviously a human, but the aura on your body has the aura of a demon. Oh well, since I can't hold on for much longer, I might as well help you out a little. Suddenly, from within the lightning pool, an old but deep voice sounded. Who is it? Du Xiaofu's heart immediately went on high alert. His eyes scanned his surroundings, but he did not discover that there was a second person in the lightning pool. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, the lightning pool, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again. Bolts of lightning, like silver snakes, continuously shot out from all directions. The energy in the lightning pool once again overflowed, and once again rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The energy in the lightning pool was even more violent than the previous 10 days. A huge pressure enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under the terrifying power of the lightning and crushing force, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and resisted. He felt that if the violent power of the lightning was just a little bit stronger, he would not be able to withstand it. Could it be that the rumor, to continue cultivating, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He felt the changes in the lightning pool and hesitated for a moment. Then, his hand seals changed, and he continued to cultivate. Sizzle. Golden light once again spread around Du Xiaofu's body. Golden runes flickered, and the surrounding lightning seemed to be attracted by something. After which, it rushed towards Du Xiaofu even more violently. However, the moment these seemingly violent lightning and energy came into contact with the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, they were like water that came into contact with a sponge and instantly disappeared. Within the lightning pool, lightning danced, and the surface of the pool was boiling. Bolts of lightning, like silver snakes, began to move violently at this moment. Faintly, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard, and they enveloped Du Xiaofu from all directions. Under the cover of this crazy lightning, Du Xiaofu's body once again formed a lightning ball. Even the golden light around his body began to be enveloped by it. At night, the entire stone city was shrouded in the darkness, causing the air to freeze for no reason. Silver-white moonlight scattered on the ground, and the fragrance of the night filled the air, weaving into a soft net that covered everything within. There was also a faint sense of oppression, as if something was about to erupt. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the stone city, and the millions of citizens of the stone city were awakened from their deep sleep. Recently, the roar of a beast had become more frequent in the stone city. The roar of a beast shook the sky, and it was filled with vicissitudes, as if it had penetrated through time. For no reason, there was an indescribable sadness in one's heart. He finally can't hold on any longer. Is this his final struggle? Within the stone city, a figure stood on top of a pavilion. His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if he had been waiting for countless years. A figure stood on top of a mountain. He waved his hand and softly said, that big shot from the Yi family should be unable to hold on any longer. Inform the Chow family of the Flowing Cloud County that the operation can begin. On a small island in the middle of a lake, an old figure stood. He gazed in the direction of the Yi family in the city and softly muttered, "It's finally here. The stone city will no longer be peaceful." Within the Du family, the king-scaled demonic tiger stood in the courtyard like a cat. It raised its head and gazed in the direction of the roar. Its eyes flickered, and there was a faint sense of anticipation and yearning. You don't need to think too much. Your bloodline is not bad, and perhaps you will be able to walk your own path in the future. There are too many people eyeing that big shot in the city. I'm afraid that in the end, it will all be for naught. That level is not something that just anyone can covet. On the rattan chair, Du Tingshuan's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He gazed at the starry sky, as if he was talking to the king-scaled demonic tiger. Then, he drank a few more mouthfuls, as if he was talking to himself. Little stone city, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There will be a good show. As his voice faded, a snoring sound came from Du Tingshuan's throat. He had actually fallen asleep. The king-scaled demonic tiger gazed into the distance, its gaze fluctuating. Then, it gently walked to the side of the rattan chair and gently fell asleep beside Du Tingxian. Roar! Another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the deafening roars in the city became more and more frequent. The roars were sorrowful and low, as if they were filled with unwillingness and helplessness, causing one's heart to ache for no reason. The tens of millions of citizens in the city were in a state of panic. No one knew what had happened. They were all worried that there was a beast tide invading the savage beast mountain range, and they were all hoping that the 5 great clans would come out and investigate. However, what was surprising was that the 5 great clans were completely silent in the face of the frequent and shocking roars. None of the clans took any action. The collective silence of the 5 great clans caused the entire stone city to feel oppressed. In the end, not many people even went out. The roars were accompanied by an invisible pressure that caused one's heart to tremble and palpitate. Roar! Another night, the roars of the beasts shook the heavens and the earth. Following the roars, the entire stone city trembled, as if there was an unimaginably terrifying thing moving. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.